Yes.
Okay, all right, great. And we are at 6 o'clock. So ECAT, are we ready to go? Excellent, thank you.
Recording in progress.
So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome everybody to the Easton School Committee meeting of Thursday, February 27th, 2025. This meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format where attendance by committee members may be remote or in person, and remote attendance shall count toward quorum. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded by ECAT. For tonight's meeting, we have committee member Jackie Wiseman attending remotely, and in person we have Nancy DeLuca, Lauren Loomis, Jennifer Starr, our superintendent, assistant superintendent, and our student representative. So tonight we have our regular school committee student representative, Marvel Nemmer,
And so now we have Veronica Shenoy. So our student advisory board to the school committee is composed of 5 students: senior Franklin Chen, sophomore Leah Vora, freshman Brendan Dolan, and here with us today, junior Veronica Shenoy. Veronica specifically works with Blanche Ames and will be updating us on that shortly. We've officially had all students from the student advisory board present and hope to continue to get more student representation during the meetings.
great, welcome Veronica, glad you're here. This meeting is open to the public. Members of the public attending in person who wish to make comments will be invited to do so during the public comment period of tonight's meeting, and will be required to state their name and address before beginning their comments. So we've confirmed that Jackie can hear us, we can hear her. With that, we are ready to begin. So the first item on tonight's agenda is our student representative to the school committee update. So Marvel and Veronica.
Hello everyone, my name is Hello everyone, my name is Veronica Shenoy. I specifically work with students at Blanche Ames. I'm really excited to be here today and represent the student body. And thank you for your time. So starting with Blanche Ames, the last time I visited with students was last month, and I'm continuing to work with them and talk to them about wit and wisdom and their feelings on that. There's a lot of mixed feelings about wit and wisdom. And then also talking to Mr. Cedarbaum about maybe, how we can improve some of those concerns or complaints with wit and wisdom. And then in regards to the school improvement plan, one of the main components that I was talking to Mr. Cedarbaum about was the increasing attendance to school events. So he's looking to, the last time I spoke to him, he was looking to compare the attendance between previous movie nights and the most recent one they had, as well as like the Valentine's Day dance, comparing this year's one from last year. And then he also said that Parent Square has played a big role in increasing attendance because we're able to communicate with all families. And then moving on to Richardson Olmsted, students have a lot of good things to say about Make a Difference Day. They also enjoy a lot of class presentations about mountains and explorers and those kind of like different topics that might not be, with everything else in other subjects. And then recess and lunch are also very popular, and field day as well they're looking forward to. Feedback from students regarding wit and wisdom or English in general, a lot of them, this is from the fourth grade class in specific, it's a little bit less interactive than they would like, and some students have suggested more activities or Kahoots instead of presentations and videos. And then overall, though, they've shown really good retainment of information with those programs. So, even if they're not finding it as interactive, they're definitely learning about what they're being taught in wit and wisdom. And then a lot of students have been mentioning a want for a computer lab or a computer literacy class, with whether that's typing or just learning some basic technology skills that they might not have prior to that.
Perfect. And then for the middle school, so regarding the middle school, there was a survey that was, briefly talked about in the last couple of meetings that was sent out from to the 6th graders and 7th graders and 8th graders, so the whole entire school, or all the students in the building. And it catalyzed a lot of feedback for the administrators, which is great, because again, the role for, the student representatives is to make sure that, we're facilitating a discussion between the students and administrators. And then the survey is being thoroughly dissected at this time and will be discussed to the public at a later date. And then for OA, OA hosted a SURSAC meeting, which stands for the Southeast Regional Student Advisory Council, and it was a very fruitful meeting so it was me and Senior Franklin Chen, and it was very fruitful because we not only got to discuss, the main topic that we had, which was enforcing mental health into schools, but it was also just very enlightening to see how other schools who either have more resources or less resources and how they combat their conflicts, through their, just the climate that we're in. And then we've also had an amazing winter season for the sports, and we're starting the spring season. But overall, at least academically, it's been very interesting to see the younger grades, especially how, these students are really fighting for this, to find an enjoyment in learning, and it's very, very fruitful in that sense as well. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Any questions from committee members?
Thank you.
All right, great. Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you. Great job, thank you.
Okay, next up we have a discussion of policies. So we've got on the agenda JL, Student Welfare, JLA, Student Insurance Program, JLC, Student Health Services and Requirements, JLCA, Physical Exam of Students, JLCB, Inoculations of Students, JLCC, Communicable Diseases, JLCD, Administering Medicines to Students, JLCEC, Automatic External Defibrillator, ADF Wellness Guidelines, and JRA-R, Student Records. And for all of these will be our first readings. So,
Jen, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes.
Sorry. With the student records, I had an opportunity to speak to our attorney last week about this. I think you were there too, Jen. So, but I haven't had a chance. We haven't had a policy subcommittee meeting yet. We have one tomorrow morning. So I would rather be able to discuss that in the policy subcommittee meeting and then bring you our recommendations if that's okay.
okay, yep, I think we're fine with that. So we can, we'll include that in when we do the votes, but thank you. Okay, so we will table that one. Okay, so Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. So the Director of Student Services, Special Services, Craig Davidson, and Colleen Clark is here virtually with us, and between them they will be describing the bulk, if not all of these health-related policies.
I think just by the introduction of how many policies we're going to look at tonight, you can imagine how hard Director Colleen Clark has been working at updating our policies to make sure they're representing what our students need within the district. And so there's going to be a lot of policies that we go through tonight. I know you have copies of many of the items in front of you, and we reviewed the largest one with the school committee's subcommittee a few weeks ago. So I'm here really just to support Director Clark on this tonight, and we'll go through the policies and the major changes that we're recommending here tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Mrs. Clark?
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Hi, welcome, thank you.
So anyway, I'll just start with the J policies and just go over changes that were made. I kind of took a hatchet to them. So the student health services and requirements, just some language change there, just to make it more professional, so that eye and hearing screening, hearing and vision, that kind of thing. So those are just kind of wording in that student health services section. And then if you move to procedures for emergencies at school, that was just also wording changes.
Which one, I'm sorry, which one was that? This one. Student Health Services?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Clark, could you please just name the letters of the policy? I think the school committee might be able to find them a little easier.
Yeah, we just have a,
So she's.
So, okay, so I have to look at because my paper doesn't, so.
I think you're talking about JLC, Student Health Services and Requirements?
Yes.
okay, all right, great.
And what they have in front of them, Mrs. Clark, is really, they have the strike-throughs and they show the changes. So you see the.
Okay, all right, so it's the same paper that I have in front of me. Okay, so student health services. And then under that is procedures for emergencies at school. That's some very limited changes. we don't have emergency cards anymore, and instead of the business office, it's the superintendent's office. So we just cleaned up some language on that one. The same with the student illness and injury. The only thing we cleaned up was expenses on that. And we did take out the piece about transportation of a student by school personnel will be done only in emergency and by the individual so designated by the school administration. Because I didn't feel that anybody should be taking students in their automobiles and transporting them in their own cars. So that's why we removed that.
And that removal also aligns with our emergency response plans within the district. So like Ms. Clark was saying here, you really see the changes that represent what is happening for our students within the schools, especially the beginning talks about all the screenings that she leads with her staff and provides our students throughout the district. The major change was really in that last line about transportation and seeing what we currently do as a district, just in line with what we're recommending as best practice in the area.
So then it's JLCA, I'm getting it now.
Thank you.
Physical examination of students. We did take quite a hatchet for that because I just kind of wanted to make it to be with the practice that we're currently doing. So we changed site to vision. I took out the MDPH regulations in the school health office. These are all online now. Our school physician is no longer doing sports physicals, so I removed that. I just cleaned up the language that for sports physicals, it needs to be done by a physician within 13 months. And just to make the language clear to what our current practice is. So a lot of it was like removal of language. And then the bottom one that we removed, when the school nurse finds a child suffering from any disease or medical problem, the situation will be reported to the parent or guardian in writing or by personal visit to remedial treatment if recommended. So anyway, we call parents, we document in our online health record. We just wanted to clean up the language so it would mirror what we actually do in practice, if that makes sense. But most of it was like removing the school physician no longer does physical exams on students. That's changed.
Okay. So on this one, I did note in the second paragraph, what's now the second sentence about an up-to-date physical exam. I
Yes.
just think editing-wise, I don't think that forms a complete sentence. So there just needs to be some minor wordsmithing there.
Oh, that's excellent.
Okay.
That's easy.
Okay.
We have a meeting tomorrow, so.
Yeah. You can, I'm sure you would have caught that.
Oh,
And again, this policy,
Teachers on the panel.
yeah, you see a lot of strike-throughs, but if you check at the bottom, it was revised a long time ago.
Yes.
We want to match what's best practice, and with the MIA documentation around physicals, we wanted to match the language there. I know Ms. Clark and her team worked on making sure that it was in alignment with what is the expectations of the state, especially around these procedures and policies.
So for the paragraph that is redlined of whenever the school nurse finds a child suffering, would you
Yes.
do that anymore because you do something different? Shouldn't you say what
Well-
you do differently now?
So you mean add a different paragraph? Yeah, I could do that. We don't like notify the parent, right? It's not what we do. So I could do a different paragraph saying that we call the parent and it's documented in the electronic health record.
I also think that this is a perfect example of sometimes things were out of place. So this is really a policy around physical exams of students.
Okay.
And that is, yes, they do respond to emergencies and examine what is currently happening in a crisis emergency. We have that delineated in our MERPs within the school district, the medical emergency response plans. That section was really talking about like a crisis within a school or medical emergency within a school. We didn't feel it fit in this policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm reading it wrong too. So I just know it's not something that we do.
That's a good point, because we're not doing physical exams. It's irrelevant in that particular policy.
Right. And then, so where are we now? JLCB, inoculation of students. Again, I just cleaned up language. I changed whooping cough to pertussis. And then added in the event of that a parent cites religious exemption, a note from the parent is to be on file yearly, because we do require that to be done yearly. And then I took out children will be excluded until they show lead documentation, because we don't typically exclude if we don't have it done, so took that out.
Okay.
It's not red line.
Yeah,
it's
so I
just
think
red.
in that one, it's just, yeah, it's not showing as a strike through.
It isn't, oh.
It's
showing
red.
as red, but not a strike.
It looks like an
so,
addition versus a strike through.
Yeah.
The children will be excluded? No, that should be a strike through.
Okay. It's easy.
Easy peasy.
All right.
Then, where are we? JLCC, communicable diseases. I just struck through the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome because, yeah. And I think that's the only change in that area.
It was added language to paragraph 4, right at the end.
What are you seeing?
It talks about warrant a change in a student's placement to provide reasonable accommodations.
Oh, see, it's not red on mine. That I do see that. Yep. 3, 4.
Seem reasonable.
All right, what's next?
The next one should be JLCD.
JLCD. Oh, this got a lot of.
Yes.
So, I took that whole piece out because we don't currently delegate to non-licensed personnel, and it's about having the secretary with the pill in the cup and everything. So I just took that all out. It's not our current practice. Else. And I took out the piece about as far as training non-medical staff in naloxone, currently under my license, the Board of Registration and Nursing, I can only train licensed people. I can't train unlicensed people in knocking. I mean, that could change, but currently that's not the case, so I took that out.
And then you'll see the biggest change within this policy really comes in the section around high school self-administration of medications. One of the things that we work towards, especially through Ms. Clark's leadership in her department, is really providing opportunities for our students to be independent as much as possible as they come through our schools, especially around understanding how to provide the medication necessary to be healthy within our schools and be able to navigate our educational landscapes as best as possible. So there's a lot of training all the way through. I think so many things that we do. I see Mr. Getchell in the crowd tonight in his building to help support students start to understand their medical situations that they might be working through and how we create the education around that so that by the time they come through our high school years, they are really driving the understanding of their medical needs. And it's a lot of support through our younger years. And so there's a large change to this section, and Ms. Clark will review that.
Yeah. So, and we it's different in the high school, and we we really spelled it out. So this is like for students, you have student buy-in, parent buy-in, and provider buy-in, and everybody agrees that the student's able to self-administer, and then the nurse assesses and goes through a checklist and makes a med plan that's okay. And then, so it's different than the lowest schools, and that's why it's all written, because in the lowest schools, it's the nurse that's responsible for all the medications. So if that makes sense.
And
It's a lot of language, but if you go through it step by step, it just gives high school students the ability to self-medicate.
And it's one of those things that you don't see day in and day out within our schools, but it's truly amazing to watch the progression of our students understand their medical needs and how it transcribes into what the recommendation is here.
Right. I mean, it's assessed and it's safe, but yeah, but we wanted to spell it out.
I have a question, and this may not be directly related to this policy, but in the lower level schools, because I assume it's not an issue in the upper level schools, but can students have on their cells and take cough drops during the day?
So That, that comes up a lot. So the cough drop in the lower level schools, pre-K to 2, no. If they have to have a cough drop during a day, they have to do it in the nurse's office. It's a choking hazard.
Okay.
I mean, we do prefer water, actually is better in a lot of ways. I think as they get older, that gets loosened up, but yeah, it's a choking hazard in the younger.
It makes
children.
sense. It recently came up, so I thought this would be a good opportunity to ask.
Yeah, yeah. I'd go with water.
So,
Free medical advice right there.
Thank you.
On the high school self-administration, I see there's language around safe storage of self-administered medication. So in practice, what does that look like? Is it still like, so say a student has, ADHD medication, which is a controlled substance. Is that still stored in the nurse's office? Do they still basically go there, at lunchtime and just take it themselves, or are they allowed to carry it on them or stored in a locker?
No, usually in the high school, they are still going to the health office and taking the medication in the health office. That happens sometimes with students that have some kind of a PRN medicine that they take, that they have on their body, in the teacher, there's a medical plan that the teacher would hold it for the student, that kind of a thing. But students at the high school still come to the nurse's office to get their doses of Ritalin and the like.
What does
It's extenuating circumstances.
what does PRN stand for?
Oh, as needed.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
health plans,
So-
we call them in our district IHPs, individual health plans. So each of the buildings work on that with their students.
I apologize for that.
No, that's quite all right.
Learn
You're
something new.
professional using professional.
Right.
And if you spend more time with her, you learn all
Yeah.
these acronyms. It's really amazing.
It's more of an as-needed thing. There's some kids, I mean, they maybe have a medicine for anxiety that's kept in the classroom that the teacher, it's the plan, the medical plan is all laid out and it's done with the teacher, the parent, the student, the physician, and so. But they still come to the office to get their Ritalins and things like that in high school.
Okay.
The next one is JLCEC.
Can we just, can I ask about, before we move on the field trips and short-term events, what's the strikeout there?
Oh, yeah, let me look at that. So we currently do not have medication delegation in the town of Easton, so we do not delegate any medication to unlicensed personnel. That's why I struck it out. So the two avenues to get your medication are the nurse gives it to you. We do delegate epinephrine, or in the case above, if a student, a high school student, is allowed to self-medicate. But we don't delegate to unlicensed personnel currently.
Do we want to retain flexibility around that? Given that practice in staffing today may not be practice in staffing forever?
I think that's an implication on the legality of what falls under the nurse's license, but certainly elaborate on that, please.
Yeah, so that's something, if it doesn't really come up that it's like needed. So I'll give you an example of how that works. So I worked in a smaller school system, greater than 15 years ago. So there was only 2 schools, a pre-K to 4 and then a 5 to 8 school. There was only 2 nurses and we only had 1 sub. So if we did have med delegation, so if one nurse was out, she wouldn't necessarily have to come over to the other school to give the one Ritalin. I trained the one person to give the right medicine at the right time to the right student under the right conditions. And it was needed, right? But so that wouldn't happen a lot in our schools because we have 2 nurses in every school, and there's not a lot of times where that would happen. If you wanted to say to delegate for like a field trip or something, you still need to have a nurse available for consult, and that's not needed because you can't delegate emergency medicines like glucagon for diabetics or seizure medicines or anything that requires an assessment. You can only do medicines that I know you need this medicine at this time, kind of thing. So, I mean, it's something we can look into if we think that it would be helpful for our student population. But yeah.
And one of the pieces to that is within students' individual health plans, that would be delineated on how that would work on field trips. And so if there was a student like Ms. Clark's talking about, there would be an example of exactly how that would work within a field trip. So we might have nurses go, or a parent or guardian might accompany the student also. We also try to take into consideration the least restrictive situation for a student. We don't always want to send a nurse if that's not the comfort level of the student. So those items are worked out through those individual health plans so that we have student voice in those decisions.
Thank you.
Okay. And then we are on,
So, sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question on that? So do we have a policy somewhere in all our policies on the individual health plans that would cover field trips so that taking it out of here doesn't leave a gap?
oh, so that, the field trip policy is next on my list.
Okay, all right, never mind then, you're good. As long as we have some place where we, all
That'll be a big one, but that's coming next.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
right, we'll just look forward to that.
yes. So epinephrine auto injectors, that's self-explanatory, I believe. And then the JLCEC defibrillator. So there was a hatchet to this too. So this all started with Caritas Good Samaritan when we first got the AED program. And, you know, AEDs were first put in the schools and stuff. So I just tried to streamline it, kind of took from other school districts so that it just could say like what the responsibilities of each title would be. So like the program coordinator maybe would be me, and this is what I would do. The site leader would be the school nurse, and this is what she's responsible for, and that kind of thing. The one thing I should probably just run this by our EMS liaison, the Easton Fire Department. So just to make sure that's very cohesive. But I tried to make it so that it was kind of generic. So if anybody looked at these are the guidelines of what each person should be doing to make sure that AEDs are available for use and people are trained to use them. So I think I cleaned it up, but I added more language, I am afraid.
So there's,
It makes more sense.
under, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Hi, Jackie.
No, just under athletics, there was a question mark.
Oh, or designee. So I didn't know if it would be the athletic director or who that would be. Yeah, that's why there's a question mark there. So it still needs a little feng shuiing on that.
I should probably know this, but we have a public school physician.
Yes.
By
Yes.
law, we don't have a public school physician. By law, we have to contract with a physician or a practice for consultation, to write standing orders for nurses, for the nurses to be able to consult, and we do have that with Middleborough Pediatrics right now.
So does,
Middleborough Pediatrics.
right, so I guess I should have framed my question better, but is that the terminology we use? The contract we have with that office is termed the public school physician, or is
Yes.
it like our contract? Okay, that's what I was trying to confirm.
A very interesting legal policy
Yeah.
that you're looking at. One of the things that my office works on each year, along with the director of facilities, and I've quoted this tonight a few times, is working on our medical emergency response plans. We actually met with our police and fire chiefs to talk about this at the end of last year to make sure that our policies were ready to go for this year. Those items that we have to report to the Department of Ed talk about items like defibrillators, talks about response times for all of our schools. There's a whole list of things that we have to check off each year with the Department of Ed. This is a major one. This change to the policy really talks about what we're doing within our schools with the defibrillators. As Ms. Clark was talking about, responsibilities for checking to make sure the batteries are up to date and working, the locations of them, having our staff have the availability to know where they are on campus. Athletics is a huge piece of this because it happens after school, and there's no nurses on campus at that point as an athletic director for most events and or game administrators. and for certain sports, mandatory to have our athletic trainer on the facility. So they all know where those items are. We actually go through the process of making sure that our MERPs are identified, our defibrillators within our medical response plan are identified. You have to be as specific of where they are in the building, what floor, what hallways, and pieces like that. So our nurses review that, or our nurse coordinator reviews that along with our administrative team, and then we provide that to the Department of Ed. This is really solidifying how we do that response plan.
Just to get back to that athletic question, I would suggest that it is athletic director or athletic trainer.
Yeah.
And I have a silly, what might seem silly. I know EMS stands for Emergency Medical Services, but it's in there 3 times, and maybe to avoid any confusion with the middle school, maybe write it out.
Reaction?
Good point. Good.
I was wondering, to your point on the athletic director or designee, I understand one person has responsibility for the program, but I didn't know if the trainer, athletic trainers, should be listed at all under what the athletic director or designee is covering. Just, I didn't see any reference to the trainers themselves in that part of the process.
Designee, so basically you're saying designee everywhere could be athletic trainer. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
And that's probably cleaner because we also have at times, I know we are very lucky here, but sometimes you might see if there's a conflict within a schedule, you might see an EMT covering a sport event for us, so that would cover the EMT too.
Yeah, that's good. That's a wrap.
Ms. Clark, I'll lead into ADF because it's a huge change for us. And I want to make
Yes.
sure they understand what you took on this year.
Yes, go ahead.
So ADF is our wellness guidelines. We were tasked with putting together our wellness committee. I know that one of our school committee members was a part of that committee so far this year. And it's really been revamped under the leadership of Ms. Clark. Member Percio is a part of this as a school committee member. It's an active group that we have parent representatives, school administrators, health and PE representation, and teachers on this committee. One of the things that we had to do through one of our audits last year, through our food service audit, was to update this policy. This was a beast to take on. We spent quite some time reviewing it, updating it. Under the leadership of Ms. Clark, she was able to work with the Department of Ed originally, and then it morphed into a different grant opportunity to be able to work with a professor at Fitchburg University, State University.
Framingham State John Stalker Institute, yeah.
Yes, through the John Stalker Institute, which sets the regulations on what types of food we can serve within schools and really a healthy lifestyle within schools. We were able to work directly with that rep from Framingham, and it was a great experience. She attended our wellness committee meetings and really spent time with Ms. Clark outside of those meetings, making sure this policy met the new criteria from the state, but also best practices in the field. So you're going to see a lot of changes on here. I know through our committee, some of those changes I think that we'll probably discuss tonight is around food within buildings, and I think that was probably the most, no pun intended, fruitful conversation we had during that evening. That took up some time because we wanted to make sure that we were meeting the needs of our kids. But there was a lot of conversations and concern around safety. And it was a great change and something that the entire committee approved to bring here tonight. So under the leadership of Ms. Clark, you'll see a lot of changes in this section. But we feel very proud of all the stakeholder groups, from our food services to our social emotional clinical roundtable meetings that we have, all the way back to the wellness committee on what the recommendations are here tonight. Ms. Clark?
Okay, so to go through, they all have copies of this policy? Yeah.
Yes, and the one piece I left out is Ms. Clark was out a couple weeks ago, and I stepped in and went to the school committee's subcommittee for policies, and we reviewed this policy with the subcommittee to bring here tonight also. Yep.
Okay, so going with the paragraphs in red, we just added language that we were told needed to be in the policy. So that was that the committee would meet 4 times a year. We've already had 2 meetings. Our next meeting is in March. And that the superintendent or designee would ensure compliance of the district-wide wellness policy. And that the nuts and bolts that we had a website, so we do have a page on the Easton Public Schools website, the health and wellness page, and that the agendas, meeting minutes, and the policy are able to be viewed there, and that the wellness policy is assessed and revised every 3 years, and this is the year 1 for that. The next red piece is, yeah, so then the results of the assessment is reviewed by school committee, which is what we're doing here every 3 years. That at least 1 staff member from each school should be on the district wellness committee, and we do have that in our group.
And let's pause there, because I think that's where that first section had a lot of changes from our old policy. So under implementation and communication, those are the recommended changes through our outside support on this, and that was reviewed by our stakeholder groups and our school committee subcommittee. So those are the recommended changes we bring here tonight for that section of the policy. I think it would be helpful if we broke it down by section. There's some major changes.
And just to say too that we changed up the formatting of the policy sections so that the next time we assessed it, we could go by the assessment tool, and we wouldn't be jumping all over the place trying to assess the policy. So that's why some things were moved from the previous policy.
Gotcha, okay.
We can make it easier. The school meal programming, most of that is language that was required to be in the policy. So I might have cut and pasted from other schools, but it's what needed to be in there.
This also came up through our audit that we did last year.
With the USDA.
Yep, and a lot of the recommendations came from that, which our outside consultant supported the language that's here tonight, based on also supporting other schools that went through a similar audit process.
And then items that they wanted in there were things about income eligibility, that you advertise your school breakfast program, that you arrange bus schedules so that students are able to be there on time to eat. The notification of parents, like through a newsletter. Right now we have all meals are free, but if they weren't, to make every effort to eliminate any kind of social stigma for people on free and reduced lunch. These are all items that they require to be in your wellness policy.
The wellness policy language that you see in this section also aligns with what is audited through that process. So when we sat to review that audit, these are major items that came up through that process that we knew we had to add to this policy, but it helped that we got or received the language that other school districts are also using.
Can I ask a question under the competitive food and beverage standards?
Before we go to the
Yes,
next
sorry.
section, just under D, the free and reduced price meals, at the end of that paragraph, there's like a hanging statement. I think there's just a typo in there to fix.
Oh, yeah.
The end articles, typo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Take home materials. Another, yes, okay.
I also have a question on competitive, so.
So any other comments or feedback on the school breakfast and lunch program before we move to the overview of the competitive food and beverage? Okay. All right. Do you guys have anything to, do you want to speak to these, or are they kind of self-evident?
I think that these ones are pretty straightforward, but if you want us to review just the major changes, we're more than happy to do that. I know there's a couple questions that people already have.
Yes.
I had a question about B. It was my understanding, unless it changed, that the school day was 30 minutes prior to the start of school and 30 minutes after school, and I'm not, this language confuses me. The school day is defined as midnight to 30 minutes after the final bell of the school day. So I wanted to know if I could understand that one a little bit better.
So we're gonna have to go back and look at if that's something that Allison told us,
Okay.
or if that's something we pulled out of somewhere else. So I'll investigate that and get back to you.
I'm not
I don't
actually sure what
remember.
it means.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
So,
Okay.
yes, I just pulled it up, because it was Allison that went over this. So,
Okay.
under the Federal Register, it talks about the school day, the language of that, definition of that, is midnight to 30 minutes after the school day.
Okay.
And so she had shared a link to that. I can share out with you, just so you see it. But that's what the National School Lunch Program identifies as the school day.
Okay. So it's inclusive of any meal preparation for breakfast or anything like that? Okay, thank you.
Do we need to just update the language to say for this purpose or something like that, so it doesn't conflict with other places where we define the school day? Like in this situation, or for this purpose, or for this policy?
I don't know that we define it anywhere else. Like, I'm only aware of it being defined by the food services, but it could be elsewhere, and certainly you could add that, yes.
I think that makes sense. Lauren, you have a question?
So my question is on F. For holiday celebrations particularly, is there any flexibility there that it could be at the discretion of the school nurse or the school principal or something? Because I feel like when a student wants to share their cultural holiday foods with their class, I think it's a sense of belonging, and it's shared culture, and I think it's important. And
There is a curriculum piece in here when it specifically adheres to the purposes of the curriculum. I think if that's what you're talking about, that might apply.
This was widely
Tried to
discussed.
give some wiggle room.
Yes. and-
Yeah,
and
this was-
This is where
this
my
was widely
little
discussed.
conversation joke earlier went
Yep.
as well. This is really what we spent a lot of time on as a
Yep.
committee. What we really discussed was hearing the impact that this has on our functioning every day in school, and really how it was impacting our kids. I think that if we rewind to when we were all in school, it was a different type of educational environment then. And we had really seen a huge change in the responsibilities of our nurses have increased around this topic. We see allergies to different items that we've never seen before, and our nurses have faced a lot of challenges in this area, not just this year, but in probably the past 10 years. And we're really seeing it impact our students to a different level than ever before. And that was really where the conversation around this piece of it came in. And we really talked about how we could make it as a curriculum piece, as Dr. Cabral talked about, but really seeing what was happening within birthday celebrations or other items. We want to make sure it's an inclusive environment for all, and we know how
safe.
meaningful those are, and safe. And so we were really challenged by this, but we really talked about the student impact that this had on our kids. And that's what drove the recommendation that you see in front of us tonight.
The prior guidelines also had taken out birthday and costume celebrations with food, because that became a
Correct.
topic as well. So that
I think
piece
that
was-
E is helpful.
Yep.
Because I can
Yes.
see where there would be
Yes.
curricular, cultural connections.
Right.
That would, like you
And there's
said.
an avenue for that.
Yeah, and we felt that could drive a little bit better of a structure for us to make those decisions on how to support those scenarios. And if we knew ahead of time, we also talked about having a process for each building that would go in our policy.
Right,
For example, that would be
guidelines.
something that Ms. Clark would work on with her department and create the guidelines for our staff to know how to set that up with the building administration, and then have an entire process for our nurses to review what is going to happen to visitors.
Is this food in the curriculum, is that a link? Is that a hyperlink?
Yes, it is. It's a a paper that needs to be filled out and then passed into the nurse.
Oh, I see, okay. I thought
So
maybe
that-
it was supplemental information that maybe might help the school committee understand.
no.
Okay,
So
got
you
it.
know, the access is, it's a restricted access, so if you,
That's terrible. I'll fix that.
Would it help clarify if right after we say school-approved request form, we put the food in the curriculum link?
Yeah.
Just so people understand that that's the link. I
Yeah.
mean, that is the purpose is to, yeah, like right after that word.
Which word, Kelly? Which one?
If we take, sorry, my voice is not great.
No.
It doesn't hurt, so that's good. Thank you, though. After the request form, the word
Yeah.
form, if we put the link right there, it might just be more obvious. Like if we put
Okay,
parentheses,
got it.
that that's
Got
the
it.
form to fill out.
Yes, got it.
And what are the circumstances that food in the curriculum applies?
if they're doing a unit on a country, they might bring in something from that country, or,
That's what you were just talking about.
Holidays around the
Right, holidays
world.
are- exactly.
or-
What if that's not part of the curriculum? Like, a child in a class celebrates Diwali, say, and they want to bring in something that is relevant to their culture to share with their classmates. That's not part of the curriculum. That's why, that's what I'm saying.
I think that,
So the discussion, so
yeah.
like the discussion from the committee was that if there was something like that to celebrate, the teacher would have to make that part of the curriculum.
Right.
Or the student would have to bring in a non-food object.
Right.
Because you have to ensure that the food that they're bringing in is safe for everyone in that classroom. So that's the hard part, right?
right, I think that there are a lot of opportunities for teachers to be able to implement ideas for inclusivity into the curriculum. And I think that, the principals can assist the teachers in pointing out where those opportunities might be. I could also be available to help teachers find where those opportunities are, but the teachers are very knowledgeable where those opportunities lie.
This was a very significant discussion during the committee, but with having representatives from the schools there, it was concluded that there would be ways to do that safely with thoughtful planning and intentionality. So
But I
yes,
don't
if a
think
student
it's
brings,
stated in this policy. It's not stated in this policy.
it is stated through the food and the curriculum piece. That and I hear you, I totally understand. It was a big part of it because there was a planning and intentionality, and that 1 month prior was done because of the lead time to review the allergies, share the allergies as needed to be able to prepare the right foods.
Okay.
I am far from an expert on that. I had a lot of questions about it,
You said it
but
better than I did.
it was well discussed during the conversation on all the different complexities of safety there.
Okay, I'll have to look into it.
What are, in item F, the end-of-year celebrations, what are some end-of-year celebrations that might have included food before but aren't now? I'm thinking like field days would still include lunch, right?
So one of the things that we found challenging as a school district, in any school district, is around non-compete clauses within your food services contract. And so what the conversation was in here was to align that with what is going on within our contracts. And really, when you're having those celebrations, our first responsibility as a school district is to work with our food service company on providing those food items or beverage items. For example, I firsthand went through this last year when we did the Special Olympics. I know many of you were there. We changed the way we've done that in years past. We worked with our food service company on that food option for our students. We've had many different things go on this school year alone where we're using our food services company to fulfill the needs of those events.
Right, you
So
can't,
that's part of
based on our contract, you can't, for example, have a classroom teacher who brings in a bunch of pizzas for something.
gotcha.
You have to get that from food service, it's part of the non-compete clause.
Gotcha, okay.
We would be in violation of our contract.
Okay, all right, so they could still do a special festive, fun menu, but it would be facilitated through
Yes.
existing food service, not by calling a pizza shop in town. Because
Correct.
Can you deliver 100 pizzas?
I think we discussed that too for the cookout for the seniors. to be able to provide that through food service. Like, there's just things that we have to, if they're here
Yes.
on property, we have to do them through food services.
Midnight to 30 minutes after the school day.
An hour after the school day is I can't remember where we landed on it, but I noticed it wasn't in here. I thought at one point, you both may recollect, that we had discussed whether we wanted to specify, I might have dreamt it, about the food services piece, because it just says no longer include food, not include, will only include food provided through food services programs, but I feel like we had talked about specifying the contractual food services program as opposed to like a complete no. This language says complete no, so maybe just something to double check our notes on. Because I remember talking through those scenarios.
I think this is just about birthday celebrations, holidays, and end-of-year celebrations.
I think
not
the end of
things
the
like-
year was like field day. We were trying to,
Oh, okay.
I remember trying to discuss.
Well, yeah.
I'm correlating this to the classroom level. I may be doing
Right.
that
Yeah,
erroneously.
because we talked about, yes, school-wide and program-wide.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think we were trying, at some point, I remember trying to figure out how to differentiate a classroom end-of-year
gotcha.
celebration with like field day.
That makes more sense.
And that we could provide food at field day through, thank you, you were there.
Yeah, so we've shifted field days so that kids have regular lunch in the cafeteria.
Right, thank you.
6:35, and we have educated about that too, so I think field days are not.
Are no longer an issue. So Principal Getchell just clarified that field days are after lunch. So the lunch is served through the normal program. Or before.
No, they have,
Before or after,
yeah.
Right.
not- yeah.
they
Or
have
regular
lunch, they go in, back into the building for lunch.
Thank you.
Now that we're on one campus, we have the
Right.
benefit of using the fields of other schools, so they could just go right back in and out again.
And I think when we started talking about that, we got right down to I, where it talks about all snacks and competitive foods under the control of the school department are meet the standards.
And the language I was trying to remember is in G.
Yep.
So we can have school-wide, that's what I was trying to recall, the school-wide, it's just not an edit. So we have a limited number of school or grade-wide celebrations. That's what I was trying to recall. Just to bring everyone's attention to that being covered.
Any questions, or can we move on to food literacy and nutrition education? Ms. Clark, do you want to just go over the minor changes in that section?
Food literacy and nutrition education, we're on that?
Yep.
Okay, so we just added that follow national and state standards. We just added at each grade level, developmentally appropriate, culturally relevant participatory activities. And then we added a food literacy piece, and that can be culturally responsive and help combine health, the environment, and social justice. And we were told there might be some grants available to help us with that. That's why we added that in there too, but that was a good add. Yeah, any questions on those?
There's just a couple edits that I see.
We really enjoyed J so much, we added a second J. Yes, we're very proud of
But
that.
also,
It's
also the
2F.
line above, there's 2 Fs in staff, yeah,
Yep, got it.
They're very important too.
yeah.
Physical activity and education, really wanted to align this with the expectations of the Department of Ed. And you'll see B is the major change there, emphasizing the importance of this piece and aligning with state standards.
Can we go back for a sec on food literacy?
Yep.
H, is that a half thought or is it a full sentence? Because it ends with a comma.
That was a change, I have to look.
'Cause I don't think it's a proper sentence.
Well,
No,
they're all phrases.
it
They're
needs
saying
some,
what the
it
program will
needs some
do.
help in formatting.
It needs a period instead of a comma.
Okay,
I just updated that on our end.
thank you.
You're like the new Eagle Eyes instead of Nancy.
We have a meeting tomorrow. We're going to do this all over again.
I'm sure you'll catch a lot.
Oh, we will.
The second.
I know, and it's, and the clean copy of the wellness policy has a lot of those changes.
Yeah.
Bridget Campbell helped out with this, so a lot of them are already made on the clean copy.
The second change in that section that we're just discussing is around, it's letter H. It's integrate movement breaks, recess, and cross-curricular lessons that incorporate movement. We knew movement was in there twice, but we think it's very important, especially our youngest learners. We talked a lot about our youngest learners, but then when we started really thinking about it, it's all the way through graduation at this point. We feel like this is a very important piece, and it aligns with best practice within the state. Any questions on that section? Ms. Clark, do you want to challenge?
Yeah, the next section, I just aligned with our kind of goals. We added a cultural proficiency piece that I actually took from Boston Public Schools because I thought it was good. So it just kind of covered a lot of language that we didn't previously have in our policy around cultural proficiency.
This section is a large change for this policy. What you'll see here also, we work through with our consultant what best practice and what the expectations are around wellness policies from the Department of Ed at this time. Their recommendation was to look into the Boston Public Schools example because they had worked on the same policy with the Boston Public Schools. We looked through it as a committee and thought this aligned very well with our strategic plan.
Great.
And we talked
That's what I wanted, yeah.
about that piece of it and the connection it really has on our strategic plan and what we're trying to make for a meaningful change for our students.
Great.
Thank you. I couldn't come up with the strategic plan. That's what I was searching for it.
I know Carol Perez has had a significant involvement with policy review. Has she reviewed this one as well?
Yes, she was actually very supportive when we met, with the subcommittee. So she was there. She reviewed this document with us.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a great addition.
Then our next big addition, of course, is we didn't have anything about social emotional learning as it adheres to wellness, so we added a big section about that as well.
And how we did this part is we actually tackled this as a wellness committee first. We then took the recommendation from the wellness committee and we brought it back to our clinical roundtable, which is our once a month meeting with our school adjustment counselors, our school psychologists, one representative from each building from our nursing department, our guidance department, and we went through this policy. We heard their feedback, and Ms. Clark brought any recommended changes to this policy before we brought it to the subcommittee. Again, aligns strategically with our new 5-year plan.
Really great. Any
That's
questions on this one?
The next few sections, you'll just see that we changed the formatting of the policy itself. So the red on this is really just titles. This is still best practice, supporting our staff for staff well-being. And then you'll see the following section from there is really the wellness committee that was already established, language around that and how we evaluate the committee as a whole. And then you'll see that the last time this was revised was 2015. So we're really proud of the work that the Wellness Committee under the leadership of Ms. Clark provided for this change, and then the process that we went through to get here tonight.
Marvel, if I can put you on the spot, knowing that we were talking about this in the SOSAC committee that you had, with meeting with other student advisory councils, and we're talking about mental health and wellness in general. Any feedback, any questions from you on this?
Not particularly. I know the way that we had, I think, so what we had done, we made like a rough draft, I want to say, of how we would approach like generally addressing mental health and going further than just like, you know, laying out resources for students, but really interacting with the students. And I think I don't necessarily know how these two would intersect. If I'm trying to, like, if I'm thinking the vision that we had with what's being discussed here, I don't know if there is a clear intersection between the two, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, and if you find anything that you feel like would be, I can definitely, like, I think it's fine if they don't intersect and overlap, but if they did and conflicted,
Okay.
that would be interesting, I think,
Gotcha.
for us to
Okay.
hear that perspective.
Absolutely, and Marvel, you can reach out at any time. I would love to sit down and talk about anything that you might see that, you know, could be added to this. We can always bring it back to the school committee.
Okay.
More than happy to set up a time. I'll go through the process.
Very good, thank you.
Just one comment, the A snack list, I think it's johnstalkerinstitute.org. It's at the end instead of Ion. I just looked it up and I think that's, and if you could include the link, yeah. Just as a parent, I would want to be able to just click on that quick to get a nice list of what snacks I could send with my child.
Repeat what you just said, please.
Sure, at the addendum at the end,
Yeah.
it says the A snack list can
Yeah.
be found at, and then the link there, it says IOHN Stalker Institute. It's JOHN, so it's John Stalker Institute.
Thank you.
.org.
Okay.
And for those listening tonight, I know this isn't part of the policy, but on that website, there is actually a calculator that you can bring to a store with you on your phone. It's on the John Stalker website. And going back to my teaching days, we used to run a school store. The only way we could run the school store was to actually go through a process of putting the items at Costco into the calculator to see what was approved. So, so you can do that as a parent or guardian also. And you can just, you jump in, I think they look into sugar, calories, trans fat, things like that, and then it shoots out if it's approved or not. So it's not just the list, it's the list and any item that's approved through the calculator.
Question.
Yep, go ahead.
Question for us as a school committee. Do we need to include this going forward in our list of committees?
Yeah.
We had not. It had been a volunteer opportunity for me to sign up to do it, but just noting that as we're resurrecting this, refreshing it, because we do list a school committee member on here, I don't know if we need to officially list that.
Yeah, if that's something that Lynn.
Yeah, we used to, and then it kind of became defunct, so I think this is something that we should list again.
Okay, thanks.
And thank you so much for all of the work on this, Ms. Clark, and Mr. Davidson and Kelly. This was a lot. We really, really appreciate you taking the time to do this.
And I think one of the things that I mentioned earlier was around Ms. Clark's advocacy on having this established and changed.
Yep.
When I talked about the grant through Framingham State University, that was through their university. It wasn't something we had to bring for you to approve. It was a free opportunity for us to participate on. So it wasn't, any financial piece to be approved here for us to participate on that. But that was all under the leadership of Ms. Clark while she was at professional development, connecting with people at the professional development, and then seeing the need and how important it would be to move this work forward for our school district. It's always nice to bring in a consultant for zero cost. So we were very proud of the work that Ms. Clark did on this project.
It's incredible, honestly. They brought in hours of support, references, guidelines on what other communities are doing. I mean, so much help, and then many members of the committee have taken a lot of time to revise this, so, but the consultant has been huge.
And I hate to highlight shortcomings, but they happen, especially when we're understaffed. And this is a perfect example of something that needs to be reviewed every 3 years by regulation that, as you can see, hadn't been in 8.
Yep.
That has serious implications, not just legally, but also in this particular case, medically, in terms of emergency response, in terms of making sure we're conducting proper education for staff members that are carrying out these policies, that parents have correct information and students. we were ineligible for certain grants, as you heard noted. That sometimes when people hear us talk about compliance, 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 they may not understand just how important those things are. But in terms of the law, not losing out on federal or state funding by not being in compliance, not having opportunities to be eligible for grant funding, not being able to access certain resources with other organizations. Compliance is huge for us, and it takes, as you saw with Ms. Clark, just on this one section, an incredible amount of time. And so it's not something that people see daily in a classroom per se, between teachers and students, which is the core of our existence, but it helps all of those things run successfully. And so between Ms. Clark and Director Davidson and the school committee, subcommittee, and Director Perez, these are really important things to oversee for truly the safety, wellness, and even financial security of our district.
And if I can just add also, it's not just about writing the policy, but it's also about the accountability for making sure that it's happening. And that,
Exactly.
that is something that is so important, that is done behind the scenes often now. And
Great.
Director Clark has done a fantastic job.
Absolutely. And when she references, for example, policies or procedures or guidelines, part of redoing the policy is updating the guidelines and publishing them and making sure people understand them and doing the professional development. So it's very complicated and it's a lot of work. So thank you so much. This is hugely important work for us.
And I also see, so I know we had JL and JLA in the packet. Did those have no recommended changes to them? I didn't see any red lines on the drafts that we had received. So those were student welfare and student insurance.
We did have a question on student insurance, didn't we, Jackie?
Yeah, I think, let me see if I can find it. I think we just didn't know if there was student insurance still.
Is that still in existence?
It is optional, yes. There is an option for students. It goes home in their start of the year packets where parents can purchase optional insurance if they wish.
Okay.
So no change to that. And then were there any changes recommended for student welfare?
I don't remember any changes on this one.
On the student insurance, it looks like the two copies are the same. Are we doing the reviewed date if we're keeping it?
If we're not making any changes, yeah,
Okay.
I'll just add in reviewed by school committee on this date and no changes made.
Okay. All right. So I think then, yeah, if there was nothing to review on student welfare, I think that gets us through that agenda item. So thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you, Mr. Davidson, and thank you to Director Clark for all of your work and excellent presentation on that. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. One thing, I just caught this. On the fire drills and reporting, K is left out. Is that on purpose? Under the, if you go into fire drills and reporting, line 2, it says, the principal of any public or private school containing of any grades 1 through 12. Is that because we're referencing something? Like a law or?
It looks like a law.
Where are you, Kelly?
Under the student welfare,
JL.
fire drills and reporting, so JL, fire drills and reporting, there's a reference to grades 1 through 12. I just didn't know if that was referencing some sort of legal reason why we would leave out the pre-K and K, or?
Yeah, maybe you guys could check the MGL references and just see
Yeah.
if there's specific language.
Yep. We will do that tomorrow.
All right.
My recollection of that piece, and I had to look into it, but that's because kindergarten and preschool are
Not compulsory, you're right.
They're not compulsory.
They're not compulsory.
It may be worded 1 to 12, but it's worth checking.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then, so the only thing, because this was the first reading, the only thing that we'll vote on is to table the review of JRA-R student records to a future date. So I move to table JRA-R student records policy review to a later meeting. Can I get a second on that?
Second, Loomis.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Great. The next up on the agenda, we have a vote to approve out-of-state trip for robotics. Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. So Helder Lobo is here this evening for a proposal for the robotics team to go to Falmouth, Maine in February. He can provide details per school committee policy. The school committee needs to approve all out-of-state trips for any group or organization representing the Easton Public Schools or one of our schools. And so I would invite him up to answer any questions or.
Principal Kavanaugh's here as well on.
Oh, and Principal Kavanaugh is here electronically, I'm hearing. So,
Yes.
yes.
And
So-
we've got 2 requests in our packet.
I do not
So
have that
there's
one.
Falmouth, Maine, and then there's URI.
Thank you. URI in Kingston,
Thank you.
correct.
I don't have that one.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
All right, so my name's Elder Lobo. I'm one of the mentors of the robotics team. Usually our competitions are in Massachusetts, and a little oversight on my part. This year's not. We asked to go to Massachusetts, but all the venues were actually closed, and we have to get bumped up, and the closest we can get to is Maine and Rhode Island. So we're asking if you guys could approve this trip. Hopefully next year we can come back to Massachusetts because it's way closer of a ride. That would be my proposal. Hopefully, we can go.
How do the students get there?
We're following basically. So the robotics team has been doing this for like 11 years. They've been here for a long time, and because we historically have parents bring their kids there, we're going to do the same thing this time. And basically, there was one student who couldn't go, so we say, okay, all our members are Corey checked. So we're asking one of the members who are volunteers, and a parent agreed to allow that student to go with them, so they go to the competition.
Could I add something to that?
Sure.
Sure. Just Mr. Lobo and I did speak, however, and looked for funding in order to provide buses for any student who wants to attend for the day and cannot get a ride or is uncomfortable going with another parent.
So did you need to actually, are you securing a bus for this or no?
We are not. All the parents agreed that they want to go, and they were going to bring their children there. And we made arrangements for that one child who parents could not go, and then so we have a volunteer bringing them up. And some students will stay there, some students will come down. It just depends on the parent, what the best arrangement is for that parent and for that student, and we allow them full flexibility to bring their children there or back as they see fit. That is a public venue, like anybody from the public can go there. It's a little bit different than a sports venue. It's not really like a sports. It's not like a sports team. It's just a competition. Kids go, they bring the robots there, and we watch, and they do their thing. And it does take all weekend. It takes quite a bit of time. Again, hopefully next year we don't have to ask for out-of-state trip. Hopefully we just do it in state.
So it's marked as a not overnight trip, but that's because they're staying with parents and guardians during that time. And that's the parent or guardian discretion where they choose to stay.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
And both trips, the parents are driving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then any other questions about the Maine trip? I did have a question, and I think it's just the way it was written on the form. The $4,200 that's not per student, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right.
So in order to enter the competition first, there's a $4,200 fee, and that would cover 2 competitions. If we make it to the next competition, which we did last year, there's another fee on top of that. That's just to get in the door. It's a very, very expensive competition.
Yep. Okay.
And there is no fee to the students other than joining the team.
So-
This is all
Okay.
free, they go, as long as they join the team.
So just for anyone watching, who may not know this, that cost is fundraised. That is not provided by the school.
Correct.
That is, and is not a burden on the student. It is actually a fundraised amount.
Yeah, we fundraise, the team fundraises all the money. The only thing covered from Easton is my stipend. Everything else is all covered by the team.
This is an incredible program. I'm glad the students are able to participate.
And I'd love to see the numbers up so high. That's really amazing.
Yeah, we're up to 47 this
Yeah.
year.
That's
Awesome.
It was 7 when I started.
And then.
I think it's great that so many parents are involved as well.
Yes.
So then the URI trip, again, this seems like URI is a lot closer, so nobody's staying overnight for that,
Exactly.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a there and back thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a commute, simple commute.
Yep. I remember bringing one of my kids to this many years ago. So, okay, any questions, comments, discussion from the school committee before we vote for these? Okay. All right, would somebody like to make a motion then to approve the 2 out-of-state robotics trips? One for Falmouth, Maine, which is this weekend, February 28th to March 2nd, and then University of Rhode Island, March 12th to March 15th.
So moved. DeLuca.
And,
Rocio, second.
all right, and roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yeah.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Rocio, yes.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you're coming back to tell us they're on the next round.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were all here for the budget presentation. It's coming. Hurry home and tune in.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're hurrying home so they can go. Good luck to all of you.
Hi, thanks. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to move item 5, the update on evolving state and federal guidance, to later in the agenda to pair with the PACE and budget update, because there's content that's heavily related between those 2 items. Can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Any discussion on that? Roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Rocio, yes.
Okay.
Can I just say that the fact that so many parents showed up the night before the trip to
Yeah.
make sure their kids could go is just awesome.
Yeah.
Just shows how incredible the program is.
All right, so next up is a vote to approve the budget transfer policy file DBJ, and this is listed as a second reading. So Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. We are, again, looking to update all of our policies to make sure that they're in alignment with best practice. And we have gone over this policy before. We'd like to get it into practice as soon as possible. We did make some changes based on the first reading of this, and we're hoping that we can answer any questions you might have about the tracked changes. Andrea Starzewski, the finance director, is here to go over those changes once again and answer any questions you might have, and hopefully move to a vote this evening.
Thank you. So of the first reading to the second reading, we provided this to our legal counsel, and so we received a couple of recommended changes, which we have since updated. So one of the changes that was recommended, we have language in here calling out that budget transfers would be presented as part of the quarterly budget presentation. So the recommendation was to add language that permits us to present at other school committee meetings if the need so arises. I do expect that to happen just with some of the language that we're educating the staff with as far as making sure they're providing budget transfers timely, especially before we get to the end of the year to know where our encumbrances stand. So I do expect budget transfers to come through the business office and then to be presented at the school committee at some of our regularly scheduled meetings. One of the other recommended changes was just striking the language, the word business, in that second to last paragraph, because all meetings of the school committee are business meetings. And then we also had a recommendation from legal to add one of the legal references for the Mass General Law 7134, and that reference, as recommended, was recommended because that is language that's most cited by the DOR, the Department of Revenue, as the basis for the school committee's authority to make budget transfers. So those are the changes that have since been incorporated. And I also had included language that I have stricken from this second reading, where I had listed additional language about superintendent authority. After discussing with legal about authorization, that is just something that's not valid in this policy. So we did remove that as a recommended change.
And is appreciated by the superintendent. Thank you.
So at the end of the day, there's some small changes in here, but our initial policy was cross-compared against the Massachusetts Association of School Committees recommended language, and then we also had compared to some of our surrounding communities, and at the end of the day also had reviewed via our legal counsel as far as recommendation. So basically the policy here, as far as what we're authorizing, is that we'll bring any changes to school committee that are movements between our DESE, or Department of Elementary Secondary Education, designated codes. And I did want to highlight just what that means. So if we happen to have code 3300, which is transportation, and we were going to move funds, maybe we had a cash windfall for some reason and we didn't need to use all our transportation funds here. That's not happening this year, just so you guys know. Just so the group knows. But say we had $10,000 available in that line and we weren't expecting to use it throughout the rest of the fiscal year, and we needed to supplement another line. So for instance, our 5,200 line for insurance, because of unemployment costs have exceeded what our budget expectations were, we would come to school committee to present a proposed transfer from that 3,300 line to the 5,200 line to be able to supplement and carry us through the rest of the fiscal year. Now, if we happen to have a change where maybe we needed an additional $5,000 in our regular transportation line, which is DESE code 3,300, and we needed to move that $10,000 to our McKinney-Vento line for homeless transportation, which is also considered 3,300, we would not bring that to school committee for approval because it's within that same bottom line total for the code 3,300. So that's why we're updating this policy. So we'll make sure that we're coming to you for any DESE code changes, because that would differ from what was initially adopted per budget. But if we're moving in between the same DESE code, we're not bringing those to school committee unless you so wish to see those in the future. But basically, that's what this policy is entailing.
Any comments or questions, committee members?
Sort of nitpicky question. If this is our second reading and it's changed since the last time we saw it, is it now considered the first reading?
No.
No, okay.
I have a non-content question that I don't think it's very serious, but it references school business officers' quarterly report. I don't know, is that the overarching term for school finance director, or should it be for school finance director? I presume it's the overarching term.
It is school business officer, and I believe that aligns with the DESE language for the licensure as well.
Okay.
Or that might be school business administrator.
Yep, fine, thank you.
Well, thank you for your work on this. I know it's been something that doesn't seem complicated, but is. And so I'm glad that you've sorted out all of the nuances and we've put together a policy that I think balances the practical day-to-day nature of how, finance and expenses actually work in real life, in real time, but also adheres to the level of oversight that we need to have and the responsibility that we have for ensuring that we are on track and spending is aligning with what we actually approved for the budget. So I'm very pleased to see this one done. So thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Would somebody like to make a motion to approve the updates to policy DBJ, Budget Transfer Authority?
So moved, Loomis.
Can I get a second?
Percio, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yeah.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda, vote to approve new sponsors. Dr. Cabral?
Thank you. Maria Palma is present. You'll remember she's one of the advisors for the class of 2025, and as is your policy, banner sponsors need to be approved by the school committee before they are published, and she would like to present a new sponsor for the musicals booklet.
Bunch of new sponsors, it looks like.
And I believe Mrs. Kavanaugh may still be here too. So either Ms. Kavanaugh or Ms. Palma will present this.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi. Please
see
go
you.
right
Thank
ahead. Thanks for being here.
Okay, hi. So yes, I'm back again on behalf of the class of 2025. We received one new sponsor in the last month. It is for a business in Easton called Good Pile Junk Removal. And the worker from the company actually reached out to me personally because she's my former student. She went to OA and saw my appeal to the community. She said, oh my gosh, I want to support the kids. I remember all my events. So this is a very special one to me. And so respectfully, I would request approval to accept this donation from my dear former student.
And then just, I see there are a lot of other new ones on. Does Mrs.
For the
Kavanaugh
music, yeah,
wanna
right. So
present those,
so
or-
the class of 25 is for Good Pile. That is what Ms. Palma is presenting. And then the others, 11 of them are for the musical, 13 of them, so 14, 15 of them
There are some that aren't
are
labeled.
for the musical booklet sponsor. I'm sorry?
There's a couple that don't specify, so like El Mariachi, but doesn't say that it's for the musical booklet.
Which is fine. So
Right.
they may have been
It could
added
be
for
for
athletics
sports or, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just really struck by we're at over, I think it's 222 sponsors, so overall who've been approved for supporting.
The amount of
either
support is really-
athletics,
is
music,
humbling,
the
for
class
sure.
of 25, it's really amazing. So
Mhm.
thank you to all of the businesses who have come forward to try to offer support to our students, and it's incredible.
Mrs. Palma's appeal to the community has been well noticed. So that's appreciated as well.
All right, so, let's see. It's a lot of names, but I feel like we should name them, right? Do we agree?
To acknowledge all the new
Yeah,
sponsors?
to acknowledge
Yeah,
these
that's
new
great.
sponsors, okay. All right, so then I will make a motion to approve for sponsorship, Best Gen Wealth Management, Bethel Maine Cabin and Lodge, Bukowski and Sexton Eye Care, Karina Melodies, Clutch Consignments, Crispy Crust Pizzeria, Dance Express, Easton Collaborative Theater, Edward Jones, El Mariachi, Equanimity Seekers Massage and Wellness, Final Touch Wellness, Good Pile, Healthy Hustle Fitness, JDE Civil, Christina Driscoll Real Estate, Larry Hassan Real Estate, MD Psychology LLC, Puppy Shack, Renal Medical Care, Revelation Yoga, TNT Driving School, the Remy Fortune Family Foundation, Vargas and Vargas Insurance. So that list as sponsors. Can I get a second?
Second, DeLuca.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Great. Thank you again to all of our incredibly generous sponsors. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, discussion and vote on facility fees. So Dr. Cabral?
So this is a second reading. Mr. Kopaz, the Director of Facilities and Operations, is here. As part of the first reading, the committee had asked for a list of vendors or organizations that utilize spaces from the Easton Public Schools, and I believe that was provided. And so he can go over the packet itself. I will just preface by saying that right after this, or shortly after this, we are going to be having a presentation on the budget, and we are really working hard to exhaust all opportunities to mitigate the effects of those budget cuts, and part of that are fees. So this is the first iteration of outside organizations that use the fields and facilities, but we will also be discussing school lunch prices, sports and athletic fees, activity fees, and any other fees that we use as revenue to help subsidize costs for the district as part of that overall budget crisis that we really are facing next year. What we found is that we hadn't updated our prices in quite some time in terms of facilities, and we were also finding that it was inconsistently sort of applied to different organizations. And so we want to make sure that it's really clear for everyone, it's easy to use and understand, that we're charging appropriate rates for the expenses that the school department does incur for preventative maintenance, repairs, equipment that is sometimes used also by organizations, whether they serve our children, adults, or others. And so this has been a long process. I'm just going to repeat from the last time between Mr. Kopaz, principals, the athletic director, the performance art director, and custodians. It's really been an exhaustive effort, and we really appreciate the fact that this has been updated after quite some time. So, Mr. Kopaz, please.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? So, I'd like to start off with that the maintenance of the fields, budget-wise, is roughly around, I'm going to say, $15,000 to $20,000. I've got a full placeholder of 25, but that's for the full campus. We have organizations that, if you look on the sheet, for example, Easton Girls Softball League, they've used our fields 96 times. You have Easton Youth Soccer, 156 times. I'm not going to get into which organization, but one of the two fields they shouldn't be paying. Right? So I've received phone calls from them and said, well, we don't pay for fields. I said, okay. But they charge to play, right? So they're charging sponsors, all-star sponsor, $500, banquet sponsor, $300, recreational league sponsor, $250, right? They're also charging just to play the sport from $150 to $170, right? And we're asking them to pay to help maintain the fields.
In a normal year, obviously, we're a community organization, and the community funds very generously the buildings and the grounds that we use. And so we've gone a long time without needing that. But with our current crisis and the fact that we are going to be losing programs, services, and a large number of staff members, it's very difficult for us to manage any subsidy of an outside organization. We are actually going to be eliminating a lot of our activities for students. If we can't afford to continue to provide those enrichment and extracurricular activities for our students, it's hard to justify subsidizing them for other organizations if we can't provide them ourselves, because we're in that dire of a financial situation right now. So it's not our goal to not be good neighbors or stewards of public property. We simply do not have the funds to continue what we had been able to do in the past, unfortunately.
And that 25,000 is just to maintain during the year, right? If something majorly happened to the field for whatever reason, one of the fields got hit with major growths and they ate half the field, it'd be dirt. So now we're looking at some way trying to pay to kill the worm, to get in there. If I understand the way Mr. Casey likes keeping the fields, he would probably rip all the sod out and put new sod in, right? So we're just trying to make sure we have the funds to do the maintenance for the grounds.
Were there substantive changes from the first reading to the second that you wanted to review? I don't see red lines, so I'm thinking there wasn't, okay.
No, so I think we had asked, I know Lauren and Kelly both had raised questions throughout the week. Again, I think part of our understanding, or the desire, and I'll let you two, certainly chime in, was to just make sure that we understand the impact to some of these organizations. So I think some useful information that I had heard from one or both of you would be for this list to understand which group these organizations would fall under using the new tier system. And then for some of the, especially the ones that have a pretty substantial usage, what would be the financial impact? Current, what have they been paying for this versus what would they be paying under?
I wish I could tell you exactly that. So, I'm not a person who likes throwing people under the bus, but my predecessor, he did everything with Excel. Right, so there's nothing, I can't really find anything that I feel confident to say, here's what it's been.
Yep.
Right? What I'm doing now is I'm putting everything through our event management system. So I can print what I've billed to date. But I don't feel confident in saying that we have 100% accurate numbers.
Are you able to share based on?
I can tell you that most, I'd say a good maybe 90% of these are all tier 1 nonprofits.
So I'm seeing these as groups A, B, C, D on page 3.
Yep. And then the fee classification is column, the third column, so you've got the tier 1 and tier 2.
So I just want to map those two things together, if I may. So you're saying that the majority of these groups would fall into the philanthropic or non-for-profit organizations?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you just name a few examples?
So the not-for-profit, group 1, tier 1s,
Easton Wings of Hope.
you have Easton Girls Softball would be tier 1. You would have the Easton Boys Soccer is tier 1. Easton Youth Basketball, Easton Youth Baseball League. So you have a lot of the Eastern Masters, a lot of the men's softball, music.
And the dance studios would be a
Dance studio
for-profit.
would not, that would be a for-profit, unless it has not-for-profit certification. Right.
They're a
So if
501(c)(3) can provide that certificate.
They have to provide it with the backup
Seems fair.
as well.
Yep.
So basically, anything in A, Group A, would be Easton School Activities, one of our sports teams, one of our clubs, a teacher, a parent meeting.
Where would the CPAC fall?
That would be A.
Yes.
B would be school-related town government and community groups. That would be, for example, when the town needs to use the auditorium for town meeting.
Okay, and the police department would fall in that?
Well, it depends. If it's a police department softball league, that would be different than if the police department had to use an area for training.
Okay, this
They've-
was
they've
indicated
done
as training,
trainings
so that would
before.
be,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Board of Health, same thing, correct?
Again, if it's for a Board of Health.
The flu clinic is the example that's given
Exactly.
here. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
So, if we move forward with, okay, so let me rephrase. I 100% support this. I think it's really important. And I am concerned the impact that it will have on the organizations, but if we we need to establish accurate records and know the impact that it is having on the organizations and the impact it's having on revenue for the schools as well. So if the school committee votes to move forward with this proposal, could we revisit it next year and see the data and the impact and any organizations that have been consistently on our list who have not continued working with us because they can't, afford it or whatever, and we can reestablish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the goal, just, I probably should have clarified earlier, the goal is not for this to be, when I say revenue, it's not for it to be a revenue stream to subsidize our budget either. This is just for the maintenance of the facilities, the equipment that's being used, the energy that's being used.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Oh, no, I wasn't insinuating you meant
Oh,
anything.
no, I know. I don't want it to seem like I was.
No, not at all. No, I'm just realizing I didn't say that
earlier.
earlier. Oh, no, I wasn't thinking anything. No, I was just realizing I didn't say that earlier. We have incurred custodial costs, indirect energy costs, so it's just to pay for those things. I just wanted to clarify before I realized I said revenue. I just want to make sure that that isn't perceived as we're trying to subsidize our losses with other things like this. We've kept the costs at comps and really looking at what is our energy output when those things are used, what is the cost of the maintenance for those areas, as Mr. Kopaz gave one example of the field, for example. So we are very cognizant of the people utilizing the spaces. Also, though, full disclosure, we understand it may have a negative impact on some organizations. We realize that. The public schools is having a major impact. Police, fire, and DPW is having a major impact. We are all in a crisis right now. So I certainly can understand that the impact may be painful and that it is regretful, to be sure, but it's happening for all of us, unfortunately, at this time. And it's just something we can't avoid. Basically, everybody else falls into a group that is a business that runs for profit or not. That would be basically the rest of the groups.
Did we want to look at, because, and again, I know, for example, the Easton Middle School auditorium and/or cafeteria get used on weekdays for shorter periods of time than, say, renting the auditorium for an all-day event on a Saturday. Was there an interest or a question about establishing like a partial day or a weekday afternoon or weekday evening rate that's different than, because those are pretty big ticket items, the 400 and 300, so for an organization that's using that a lot, I could see that being very substantive compared with.
And when there already is a custodian.
Well, that's what we used to do. We used to say, if there's a custodian currently on duty, we wouldn't charge for a custodian. What we're finding, however, is that custodian now is not doing their duties in the school, and we are understaffed, and we may be more understaffed.
Yep.
And so we don't have the opportunity. When we can do that, we were very happy to do that. Unfortunately, our budget is such that we won't be able to do that anymore.
I think what you have to look at when it comes to the school, when somebody's doing a rehearsal, they're done with the rehearsal, we still have to clean and have it ready for the next day. Right? The custodian's job is to have the school ready and clean for the next day.
Yeah.
Right?
We're running very lean right now in getting the daily duties completed. So when they have to do that,
It takes them away from doing what they're
Exactly.
doing, which is a loss of productivity. So now they have to go back to that, and that might be an hour overtime for them to finish. So if somebody had, I need to charge that, be able to charge that hour overtime out
Yep.
to whoever used it.
Yep.
That makes
Because again,
sense.
it's a loss of
yeah,
productivity.
and it
at
is
school
different.
It all makes
So I'm
sense,
glad
but
you're
it's
saying that, because this is a different reality for us, right? We were able to do that before. But with what's going to be happening next year, we simply won't have the people or the materials to do that anymore, regretfully.
So I think I'd like to also say that I like the idea of coming back to us in a year, and we could put out in a year, ask people who rented, right, see who left, right, and ask them, why'd you leave, or it was just too pricey. We found that, I don't know,
Some other school.
Milford, right next door, right? Is that right next door?
No.
No, okay. I don't know. I was gonna say Sharon, but I don't want to keep referencing Sharon, right? It was cheaper. Okay, so let's look at the rates, right? Again, when I started this hasn't been touched in 2016, since 2016, right? So
So I
this
think
is a
what
starting
you were
point.
asking was for the bigger spaces to have maybe an hourly rate if they're gonna
Or
be
a
there
less
for
than
2 hours or
4
something like
hours
that.
rate or something?
Yeah. Is there a rate that we could charge that would cover the extra custodial, that would be fair and cover the extra custodial costs, but not be the same as, $400 or $300?
So auditorium in middle school is $400 per day.
Yeah.
So if they're only there for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Maybe on a school day
a
only?
Wednesday
Yeah.
evening.
So they're typically, they would typically be there, probably come in about 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock, even 6, and they would stay there till end of night, till 10, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Not even that late.
Well, it would have to
Depending on
be
what
that
it is.
because custodians leave at.
Oh, right. Right,
Custodians
okay.
leaves at 10.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, you think, okay, got it.
So
I'm with you.
if they leave at 10, again, it goes back to the custodian. now
Working
he's gotta go
overtime.
and clean it, right?
Yeah.
So
They would have to leave an
it's a
hour.
half hour to an hour from
So maybe like a 3-hour rate,
We could look at some,
something like that? Or a 2-hour rate?
I'm not gonna say no.
No, you're gonna
But
say,
I'm
you're
gonna say,
gonna
let me sleep
consider
on
it.
it.
Yep.
It would be-
You're gonna look into it.
You gotta, well, because you're not just doing this arbitrarily, you're doing
Right.
this based on expenses, so I can imagine you're gonna need to go back and look at
Yeah,
expenses.
so,
And it would be very helpful, I know you can't track what everyone's doing, but if you could look up a couple of those specific ones to see how big of a shift this is for them. I have no idea if currently those groups are paying $250 for the cafeteria per use, so $300 is a big shift, or if they're currently paying $50. So I don't know if there's.
whatever they were paying last time, the hourly rate or the daily rate, that's the red line, is what they are currently paying right now.
No, I think the
don't-
version
we
we
don't have a
have
red
doesn't,
line?
it doesn't have the red line.
Oh, it's in your last packet, yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Um,
So,
Maybe if you could consider like say it's a 2-hour rate, right? And then if a organization is there for 5 hours, it's the 6-hour rate. It's.
could do a
Right,
scans.
right, like it's like they have to make the minimum.
Well, that's basically we don't have many people that a daily rate is
Right.
12 hours. So the daily rate is based on an extended period, so maybe a 2-hour rate for a shorter period, anything above that is the daily rate, something like that.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
I mean, this would, if I'm reading this sheet correctly, we were already charging them a day rate.
Okay.
yeah, we've
I
always-
just have
But
no
again-
idea if that's true.
And again, we should have been, but again, was it applied consistently? There may have been exceptions that weren't applied consistently. We need, just for equity and fairness, we need to apply it consistently.
Understood, and I
Yeah.
think that's where it would be really helpful to understand if there were a number of exceptions for like school night events of a shorter duration. Were they paying $50 or were they paying closer to the 300? I have no idea.
Or they may not have been paying. We don't have that, we don't have those records, other than anecdotal from the group.
We don't have a contract with them.
We don't have very good longitudinal data. We're putting that
So just
in
for
a system,
example,
we didn't have an electronic system for that, we do now.
Could I ask a question about the soccer fields?
yes.
Is it not, didn't the soccer, Eastern Youth Soccer League, didn't they buy some, didn't they
They
purchase?
have
That's-
one field off to the left.
They just had one field. So is that the one they don't pay for?
Correct.
And they pay for all the other ones,
They own
okay.
that field, that's their field, they do whatever they want.
All right, and the other thing is Easton Tiger Youth Football. You have the cheerleaders down. Is that the same thing as the football? They play every Sunday in the fall? I just don't see it on here, but,
Which line?
I don't know, there's a 49.
They're on line 30,
They're like in the middle of the E's.
line 30.
Easton.
Tiger Youth Football.
But when you go across, it says Easton Tiger Cheer.
The cheerleaders, and it's in a gymnasium,
Oh,
so
that's
I'm
in the
imagining
gym.
that the cheerleaders fall under,
But there also is youth football that plays every Sunday, or, yeah.
This is
That
two.
might have just gotten classified.
This is what? Say that again, sorry.
That might have gotten classified.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of things that could be listed.
I don't see the Y on here. But they use the space at Blanche James. Is that different?
are you talking about the daycare?
Yeah.
That's part of our agreement. We were able to tailor our daycare program specifically to our needs for them using 2 classrooms.
And even the after-school at RO and Blanche James, that's
Correct.
already included?
Yes.
Okay.
They provide a service for us. The school department doesn't pay for that at all.
I see.
It's an
Okay.
in-kind
Got it.
agreement.
Okay. Do we have, so I realize that we don't have great records per line item. Do we have a total amount of money that we received in a given year? And a dollar amount of what if all of these groups renewed, what we would receive?
I can try to run some projections on what I have now.
I mean, isn't it like-
That's gonna be, again, it's trying to, I've searched high and low, and I can't find any type of real tracking that I will stand here and honestly say I feel confident with.
I guess I'm struggling with, like, they paid us.
Yep.
So it came into our financial system somewhere, not by individual group, but like in total, we received 3,000, 6,000, 10,000, like, it might not be the exact number, but like, how much came in the past? And then if we tagged all these groups and did all the math, what do we expect it to be going forward?
So I can provide you with what we received for last fiscal year, which was $180,000, well, $186,06.
186,06. And do we have an estimate in the new world what this would look like?
You have to remember that he's adding sort of this à la carte system now of indirect costs, the custodians, the lighting, the techs, the use of the equipment. So I'm not sure if Tony, as the new director, knows what each of them use for those, and they never would have been charged before.
Understood.
So-
I was just hoping to use this as the
No, I
baseline
totally get
to-
what you're asking for. I was just thinking, what was an exercise that we could use? Well, say, for example, we have, I'll just pick Easton Youth Flag Football, or somebody that uses the stadium. They don't. Okay, so say somebody uses the stadium. I don't know, have they ever used the scoreboard? Do they use the press box? Do they want the announcement system? Those are all à la carte items now. I don't know, and I'm confident Tony doesn't know. Maybe they'll want to use them if they never did before. Maybe they always use them. Maybe they never use them. All of those things would weigh into what they would be using. And if they used it 81 times or 314 times, like some of these organizations have, that would be a huge swing in the number. And I'm not sure that would be accurate data for what I clearly
Understood.
understand you're asking for.
I guess my ask was on the baseline, like to use the field. To me, the add-ons are just add-ons and they may use it once and not the second time, what
Okay.
have you, but if we could do the math on the baseline, that would be helpful just to understand the difference.
So if you're seeing Easton Youth Soccer uses a particular soccer field, how much is that soccer field by the number of times they used it last year?
So we could
So
just
you
get to
don't
a
want the
total-
à la carte item?
No.
Okay.
Just to get to a total number. If it
That's
was
clearer,
previously
thank you.
186.
want-
Is it 220? Is it, I don't know.
You want you want the new fees or
The new.
current fees?
The new.
The new fees.
Just to project the financial implication of the new fees at the bare minimum of usage. I use the auditorium, this is the bare minimum usage.
Okay.
It would just.
Based on the usage last year?
Exactly, yes.
And I would
It's all a big guess, right? Because we don't know who will drop off, who will renew, but just to understand if apples to apples, we shift the fees, what do we think
And then what I wanted to add as a consideration too is the expense side of this. So I quoted what the revenue was, but as far as once we net everything with the expenses, we brought in about $53,000 last year.
So I want to repeat that because everyone can't hear you.
Yes.
So net expenses, the total was 53,000. So that shows how much the expenses are
Right.
to the point you've been making and why you're doing all this incredible work. Is that at the end of that, we only ended up with about 53. And that doesn't count everything.
And then
'cause
when
there's a
you
lot of
have
maintenance that
to,
happens.
right, and then when you have a capital project like replacing the carpet in the auditorium or resanding the floor in the gymnasium, that's where that would come from, and you can see we're not able to do it with that.
So just to reiterate, because Andrea didn't have the microphone, what was brought in from the fees was around 180,000, but the net
After expenses.
after expenses was 53,000. So it costs, almost 130,000 in expenses.
Not counting replacing a chair or
Correct.
fixing a carpet
Exactly.
or all the
Correct.
other things.
Yep.
Yep. Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? That's a school
That's
activity.
cool.
We sponsor it, we run it, goes through our department.
Okay, so if I'm hearing and kind of summarizing, I think it sounds like, and I know we want to move forward, as quickly as possible on this so that you can communicate the new fees out.
We have been getting flyers to hand out for summer programs, so we do know that organizations are planning their summer programs. And as a planner of programs, I know that when you're setting your fees or determining how many maybe sessions you're going to have or whatever, you have to consider your expenses. So yeah, that is exactly why we're trying to let people know, because those are well underway already.
Would it greatly hamper work in progress if we held a vote at the next school committee meeting pending some of these resolution of some of these questions, or would you want
Not
us?
for us.
Yeah.
For the organizations, it may. Because I know they have advertised spots already, because they've done it through us. They've asked us, for example, to send flyers to home with students.
I think we really need to let all the organizations know. And again, my plan is, if you vote and voted yes, within a day or two, we'll be sending out an email with the packet and letting everybody know.
So school committee members, what's your sense of comfort with moving forward as is or holding off? Or maybe, and I don't know if this would be at all helpful, maybe moving ahead with what we have with the potential of maybe amending some of the rates that we had talked about to do a partial, weekday, if it's a day the school building's already open and you're only here for X number of hours, the rate's less than a full day.
Absolutely.
So I think, and Tony's more of an expert than this, I think amending it would not be a good idea. I think it would just add too much confusions for the groups that are trying to rent the spaces. But I understand everyone's concerns about this, but given what's going to happen to the Easton Public School programs over the next year, I think we need to do this.
The only thing I will add, thank you, Jackie, the thing I will add about that is it also becomes a regulatory issue. We don't necessarily have someone in there supervising, and if somebody, for example, is paying a 2-hour rate, that means somebody has to be there to make sure there's compliance with that. That gets very complicated when you're kind of telling people they need to leave. I'm not sure we have the staffing, and certainly not next year have the staffing to ensure that administration is being done effectively.
Yeah, I think that's good feedback.
I have a question. We do use an hourly rate for the gyms, but we don't for auditorium. Can you just give me a little more thinking on that? Because both are indoors.
The gym has a much higher use, and you would end up losing money if you just made it a flat rate.
Multiple people can
Multiple
use it in the
people
same
use it.
day.
Yeah.
So similar to the athletic fields, where
Correct.
it's a quick
It's just-
turnover
it's a quick
all day
turnover.
long. Yeah.
I think looking at it in a year will give us the best data, and we can change the rates if we need to in a year.
So my only
Especially if they
hesitation.
go- Especially if they go down. I wouldn't say in a year we're gonna raise them, I'd say in a year we would lower them.
So my only hesitation is that there are two line items I see that have a smaller set of hours and a high volume of events that are not an athletic field or a gym.
What is it?
So I see Ace of Clubs
That's a school.
That's a school
That's a school.
activity.
and then the Easton Collaborative Theater.
Yeah, Ace of Clubs doesn't pay. It's a school activity.
I tried to take all that out, I missed that one.
And I'm sorry, what was the other one?
Easton Collaborative Theater, they use
Yeah.
it 60 times
Mm-hmm.
for 3 hours. So if we lost that as a potential revenue, because they moved elsewhere,
Do they have an hourly rate currently
That's
in the
what we don't
auditorium?
seem to
They
know.
don't, so,
so we are using the day rate today.
Yes. Day rates are used.
Today, they're using the day rate. Okay, thank you, because that doesn't mean a shift to them, and that's not, that's what I was trying to understand. Okay. I'm trying to make sure we don't lose anything significant in our conversation. I did not see any others in my quick scan. Somebody else, keep me honest if you did. Everything else high volume. I'm sorry, no, the Girl Scouts.
The Girl Scouts, I will be totally honest with you, being a Cub Scout, I have a hard, I know what Dr. Cabral says, but I have a hard time charging them.
We're going to come
I know,
out
yes,
across a
ma'am.
lot of things like that. That's why we
Yes,
need
ma'am.
consistency.
Welcome to
in
all our
definitions.
softiness.
Yep.
yes.
That's why we need consistency, because it's not easy to do.
Yeah. So they would be a
Sometimes they
tier
have a heart.
one philanthropic.
Right.
So they would move
right?
to a daily rate.
Yep.
For a room. So they,
And is Global Child, I know it's,
yeah.
Yes.
For profit.
Yeah, that's
that's a
for-profit.
for-profit.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
So Girl Scouts and Global Child would have a daily rate. They use it for a couple
They're
hours.
different tiers, though. Girl
Understood.
Scouts is nonprofit, Global Child is profit.
Okay, and that, do we know how much that differs from what they're doing today?
Which one?
Whatever the current rate is, because they, again, they also don't have hourly rates.
Red
Staff, okay, thank you, hold on.
Yeah, because they're just using a.
Last week's packet, okay.
So
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm really trying my best to bring everybody into our current rates.
Yep,
I do not believe that current rates will be issued in the past.
I understand what you're telling me, thank you. So while there is a rate, we don't know what they paid. Okay,
So
That's
go
why I
to
think we need to do it for a year,
$40,
get a
yeah.
baseline data, and then reassess.
So with that then, am I hearing that we're comfortable with moving ahead with voting on it as is?
Can I ask a quick question?
Of course, yeah.
So what, I don't know if this is an EPS problem, but what happens to the students that are like paying fees for whatever this is, and then those fees increase, like what, and they can't afford it? Like what happens then?
That's a determination by the individual organization, and I don't know each organization's policy.
It's a real problem.
Mhm.
Any consideration? Okay. All right, so, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the facility fees, approve the update to the facility fees?
Wiseman, so moved.
Can I get a second?
Percio, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Percio, yes.
Thank you for all your work on
Thank
this.
you.
Thanks, Tony.
I think having the data will be really powerful, but most importantly, taking care of our buildings is very important, and I appreciate all that you did to make this happen. It's a lot of work.
Okay, all right. Next up is a discussion of the 2025-2026 schedule of school committee meetings, and this is our first reading, so no vote on this tonight. We'll begin. Dr. Cabral?
So you can see that your school committee secretary, Ms. Souza, put together what parallels the schedule that you have this year with more meetings closer together at budget time. She has indicated which one is at 6:30. The only question I had, nope, that's the October 9th. That's exactly what my question was. That is usually a 6:30 meeting because of the professional teacher status reception. The others are indicated to begin at 6 p.m. And again, she spaced them out in correlation to how you have them this year and last year, but certainly you can make changes to that if you feel they're necessary.
So committee members, did you have any feedback or any, I don't know if any of you are excellent enough planners that you know in advance about
I do,
days?
actually.
All right.
So I know that I would not be able to make the August 7th meeting. So if multiple of us can't, then it's obviously a challenge. Otherwise, it is what it is.
Any other feedback or issues? We can look at other August
I'm not sure that
dates.
we have the July date for the Mass Association of School Superintendent Annual Conference, but Mrs. Pruitt and I both attend that. It's a very important conference for us, and it usually is the week that July 10th is in.
Yeah, I know that is, I'm pretty sure that is the week because I actually can't attend this year because it's my last summer at Boston College, so for my doctorate program.
Boston College reference.
Oh, you're in a
Yes.
doctorate program?
Oh,
really?
For that.
At Boston College? So that would be one that both
Yes.
Mrs. Pruitt and I would not be able to attend.
And I won't be here for the August 7th meeting either.
Okay.
So would it make sense to move both back a week
Oh,
together?
you know what? The summer conference is actually the week of the 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
July.
That's probably, that
Yes.
would be the first time ever, but.
Yes.
And I only know because July 10th is my wedding anniversary and I always have to work that week. So this is a nice.
And now you would have to spend
This
it
is
with
a
us.
nice change.
Should we move it so that you can not, because
No,
otherwise you're
it's
working
fine.
again.
But that's different than being away, it's fine.
Okay, so anniversaries aside.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Does the 10th now work?
Well, not for me, but for Dr. Cabral it would.
Okay. Are there
Thank
other
you for
dates
looking
that
that
work for you, or is you're tied up?
It's the 10th and the 17th, those 2 weeks.
All right, so we could, sounds like keep the 10th or look at the 24th. I'm neutral.
double check.
And then August, how does the 14th look for August for people? We don't have anything planned 'cause-
I think August 14th is fine for me.
Oh, the 10th does work for me. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so why don't we keep July 10th and then move August to the 14th? Does that work?
Mhm.
Okay, all right. And then we'll hit the ground running in September.
The next one I was going to note was, actually, are the September and October dates good in terms of some of the Jewish holidays that are those dates? I didn't look. Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur.
I think Mrs. Susan
Yeah, I looked.
looked at those. The one notation, of course, is Hanukkah.
Yep, okay.
I think that's fine for Hanukkah.
Yeah, so so Yom Kippur is the
It looks like it's the
second.
first, yeah.
Yeah, night of the first and the second. So
Rosh Hashanah
would have been a week before that,
the week
10 days
before,
before
yeah.
that, right? So-
Yeah, I looked at those dates. They looked fine to me.
Okay.
The next one I'll just make note of, for at least a couple of us, is that the November 13th night is also parent-teacher conferences.
Let's see, so that's, so parent-teacher, so the 13th is is that the high school or the elementary?
PK through 8, so you have a double whammy of people here who.
Yeah, okay, so let's look at.
Doesn't mean we can't do that because November's tricky regardless. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
No,
no, that's good feedback. So
Good catch.
maybe how does November 6th look? Oh, that gives us a big gap, though.
Honestly, I'm sure I could schedule conferences around it. I just wanted to acknowledge it.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's all about.
3, because you've got them too, and.
Well, November,
I think it should be.
November 6th
We
to,
go from there to here and we're good.
November 6th to December 4th, because of the Thanksgiving break and conferences may not be that big of a problem.
So besides us.
It's not budget season,
It's
it's not, it may be okay.
Yeah, I think last year we did.
We had it during the OA parent night,
Yep. Yes, we
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
so.
You're just
having
gonna
gave
lose
you-
your
bells?
viewership.
Well, we just said it could potentially cause some people not to be able to attend, although they could come over after, but we are recorded at least, so.
True.
Okay.
Because if we did, so if we moved it in either direction, right, so we would either, the 23rd to the 6th, October 23rd to November 6th would be 2 weeks, which is our normal cadence anyway, but then the 6th to the 4th is a 4-week gap.
Yeah, that's a busy
If
period.
we moved from the 13th to the 20th,
Right.
then we have a 4-week gap between
Yep.
the
But
23rd
isn't the
of
20th,
October.
isn't the 20th OA?
It is the
Yeah.
OA ones as
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Which,
Another group of impact, yep.
yeah,
1, 2, 3,
well, plus being in the school.
Right,
with the-
there's more traffic in the building.
Yeah, I think isn't the joint conference though, typically that
That
first week of
first weekend in
November?
November,
First
usually.
Yeah.
I think it's the
13th.
16th, 6th, I mean?
Yeah. All right, so 20th then? I mean, that'll be a 4-week gap.
Well, do we know that the joint conference is then, I guess is the question, because otherwise we could just leave the 13th. Since either one is on a parent-teacher conference night.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess we could leave the we could, yeah, I'm fine, again, I have no skin in the game at this point with conferences, so I'm fine leaving it with either of those. What do you guys think? Those of you who actually have littles.
I personally I wouldn't do evening conference, but I don't think it depends on us. I think it's also for teachers and other parents that would want to.
For our vast audience.
You never know who's watching.
We don't know what issues will be
Exactly.
true.
compelling at
Yeah,
that
that's true.
moment.
That is true.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think either that or we need to look at another night of the week, right? Because really between conferences, Thanksgiving, and likely the joint conference, there are no Thursdays in November that don't have
Exactly.
some issue. So we can either pick one of the conference nights or pick another night of the week. Thoughts on that?
I would love to change the night of the week
Yeah.
forever,
Makes-
personally, but
I am happy with this.
Maybe do Wednesday that week, the 12th.
I am all for that.
This is very radical. Try it
Wait,
out.
throw my
I would
mic off.
support that, sure.
Yeah?
I
You
would
wanna-
support the 12th.
Wanna go
November
for it?
12th.
Yep.
Can we mix things up?
Jackie, you good?
Okay, all right, so November 12th. All right.
All right.
That's good. It gives us 3 weeks on either side.
So while I'm on a roll,
We're through the fall.
I'm just gonna move to the next one that I flagged,
Okay.
which is, I love you all so much. I'm wondering if we shouldn't have one more meeting in April.
Well, I was actually going to point out April as well because that is budget season.
That's my point.
And I wondered about, because March 26th and April 2nd
I
will
had
be
the
1
same
week
Point, yeah.
apart.
And maybe that's okay. I'm just gonna say that out loud, like, maybe there's a lot that goes on in that window. But when you go from the 2nd to the 30th, I feel like a lot happens
Yeah.
in that window. And,
Right, we should probably move the 2nd to
To the 9th.
yep,
That's what I was thinking.
or meet on the 16th, or if we keep the 2nd, meet on the 16th, but it felt like,
So-
In terms of, I know, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, might
When
be.
would we have the budget hearing? I feel like last year it was late March. I know this year it's April 3rd. Do we want to keep the 2nd and add the 16th so that if we need to do an early or budget hearing, we have the time to have the budget hearing, vote on the proposed budget well ahead of when the town does their joint conference at the end of
If that's the
April.
case, I would honestly probably set aside 9, 16, and 23, only because you typically, or at least historically, you could do whatever you'd like, historically you have 2 weeks between your hearing and your vote. So if that's the case, you might want 9 as the goal.
Yeah.
And then if it gets pushed back at 16, and then vote on the 23rd.
23rd is school vacation.
Oh, sorry, the
30th.
30th, excuse me.
But I think the joint, the meeting that we need to have with FinCom Select Board and us typically also happens that last week in April, right?
Yep.
So
It
I think
does
we
typically,
vote.
yep.
So I think we would need, I think the school committee votes prior to that.
So would it?
And then we also need to make sure we have a meeting in April after the election as well.
Yes.
Well, what-
Right, yep.
Would the meeting,
Which is why a lot of times we have, I'm sorry, Chrissy, a lot of times we do have 3 meetings in April.
Yep.
and you said the budget meeting, the budget hearing last year was in March?
I feel like it was like the March 24th, was that?
That's just
Or was that
another
May?
idea is
Was
to
that-
have it
At the end of March.
at the end of March.
Yeah. If we need to move it at the time, we can. Obviously, we don't know what it's going to look like. This year, all of our dates are off of last year because of the situation, so we could always move it. We would know, like we did this year, we would know pretty soon into the school year how that would be. So even in September or October, you could reschedule April if you needed to.
Okay, so.
Should we change our days in May so it wouldn't have conflicts with any senior events? Because usually that's Thursday.
You're really trying for a day of the week, aren't you? It's a good point.
Or maybe, I just feel like it does, they fall on Thursdays, but.
Well, we have, at least for this year, for the first time, really tried to get other organizations, because you plan so far ahead, to schedule around school committee meetings, as opposed to the inverse.
Then no harm, no foul. We're good.
Hopefully. Everybody's getting used to it. I realize we're on April, but I did want to highlight February because you have a large gap there as well, and I didn't know if you wanted to do the week before the vacation and the week after instead, like the 12th and the 26th, especially since budget discussions are starting earlier as it did this year.
That's a really good point, because if you look,
Yeah, because.
so we have January 29th, so we go 8th, and then we have 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We have the 29th, and then we would
Then
go
one
1
week,
week
yeah.
to have one on the 5th. So we could move the 5th to the 12th.
Yep. And then 2 weeks would be the 26th.
Yep.
2 weeks would be March 12th, March 26th, and then, and then we're back to the
Then we have a
April
1 week in April, but
conundrum.
although it is a busy time and it might just allow us to,
April develops really quickly, as you're going to see this April. So it might not be a bad thing to be meeting 9, 16, and 30.
yeah, or even 2, 16, and 30. I mean,
Yeah. Like,
Well, that could be an
there are
option to
gonna be
call another
weekly-
meeting.
There are going to
you
be
know.
weekly developments for sure.
All right, so I guess from, again, from like a budget perspective or budget hearing perspective, so I'm hearing we'll keep the 30th. It seems like we want to add the 16th, and then the debate is between the 9th or the 2nd. Do you, strong feelings either way on the ideal timing of those two?
Sorry,
We always
Passover is the
appreciate-
9th. I just want to
Okay.
acknowledge that. It's the 1st through the 9th is Passover, so I don't know.
Of
So
what
covers-
month?
Covers both.
Of April?
So, yeah, so
So
the
it covers
second-
both of those.
Yeah, it's the first 2 nights of Passover that are the most significant, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
can
that-
we
9th and
change April
16th.
2nd?
Yep.
Good call.
And Good Friday is the 3rd, so that also has some, because some people celebrate Holy Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so April 9th and 16th, and 30th.
Yep.
Okay.
So 9th, we're adding the 16th and 30th. Okay, thank you.
So May the 14th would be the last meeting before the annual town meeting, which would be the 18th. So I think that's fine. And then 28th. That all looks good, I think, unless anybody has. Okay. And then June, let's see, so then June 11th and 25th.
So the only other thing I noticed is we have no workshops. I know when we were going over our goals, at one point we had talked about like goal setting workshops or doing some other like financial review workshops. I didn't know if we wanted to, doesn't have to be in this iteration, but if we wanted to plan. I know in the past, school committee has done like a couple of summer workshops and planned those out. So it may be something we plan at a future meeting, but I don't know if we want to put a couple workshops for.
I think it's a good idea. I think we can wait until after the election and be flexible with people's availability at that time.
Okay.
Get a sense.
I think it would be great to do before we get too close to summer and everyone books their vacations and it becomes too difficult. So if we can strike the balance maybe in May when we get past the budget.
Makes sense.
That'd be great.
Okay. That's a good idea. Thank you.
They're mine.
Okay, done.
Sorry,
Any
this is
other
last week.
comments,
That's your
feedback?
space. I was just afraid I was.
I don't think I'll be able to make it.
Nope, that's fine.
I've been waiting to make that joke. You guys kept
You won't be able to make any of them next year.
I think you'll have to just call in remotely from whatever.
Well,
college you're at.
Marvel, we fully expect you to tune in.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
What's all that background noise? She's at another track meet.
All right. Let's see. So next up, our combined topics of an update on evolving state and federal guidance and PACE/budget update.
Yes,
Do
it
you want
is.
us to
Yes.
sit? You've prepared some
It's,
stuff?
and it is a little lengthy. I apologize in advance
fine.
for the time of night, but it's important.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
As much as I regret to not see this amazing.
It's recorded, Marvel.
Oh, right, of course.
Stop forgetting that.
Oh, please. Thank you.
Bye, Marvel.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Marvel. I was like, where are you going? Where am I going? All right, I'll go.
No, okay. There we go.
When in doubt, check the chords.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, are we ready to begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as you can see from the first slide, this is, I don't want to be confusing here, just back to the first slide for a second. This is a preliminary budget update for FY26. We've had some conversations here and there. This is going to pull it all together. You will see some repeated information, of course, but in terms of trying to orient the viewer to catch up, if you will, if anybody has missed different iterations of the conversations, I'm hoping that this can serve as a bit of a catch-up for anybody, that we can reference this recording for them if they'd like to get up to date on how this has transpired. So the very next slide you will see looks like an orienting slide again. This is, I'd like to take us back for a moment. I won't go into it in great detail because this was last year's presentation, but it is very much connected to what's happening right now. And so this, as you can see, was the presentation that Ms. Starjevsky and I did for the school committee on April 25th around the budget hearing time. We know the budget hearing is going to happen in April again this year. This was the final presentation for the hearing on our budget last year. So this series of slides, until I tell you differently, are from last year's presentation. I just want to make sure that's clear. So as we always do, I reviewed the process of the strategic plan. I'm putting this here just again for people that aren't familiar with our process and are engaging this time, perhaps because of the climate that we're currently in. You can see that presentation from last April. It is recorded. You can go back to that if you'd like to see how we do that. Then we also, I'm going to be referring to some of these slides in today's presentation. And so again, just orienting you to the slide if you wanted to go back to any of them for reference as I'm presenting the information for FY26. So these are our definitions for how we plan our budgets every year. We've done this for over a decade. And so the prior slide that shows we start everything with the strategic plan and all members of our staff, we have them get together at their staff meetings, historically in December or January and February, and they consider the needs of the students in reference or relation to the strategic plan that's currently in place. What do they need to provide those services and close those gaps for our students to meet our needs as a district, our goals that we have set? And the definitions are strategic. That is for anything that they know they have the competency, capacity, educational background to provide to students, and they are things, however, that others in neighboring districts have that we don't have. An example I use often that we've tried to work toward is foreign languages in elementary school, for example. Proactive would be things that are an imminent need. We know that we are about to be audited for something, or we know it's legislation that's about to happen, it's a change in curriculum or in Massachusetts requirements, and we're going to need to meet that need very soon. And reactive means we've already been cited for something. We are already behind in a need for our students. I had to actually create several years ago a regressive, which you can see is quite literally off the chart. And that is when we would reduce or eliminate staffs or sections. We literally go backwards as a district in what we're offering our students in terms of programming within school and programming outside of school. And as you can see from the next slide, I recapped last year that in FY24 we were reactive. In fact, since I've been in the district for 12 years, we have always been in reactive, except for 1 year we were in regressive. You will see last year, the next slide, I graphically put the FY25 lower because we were at the cusp of being regressive last year. And then, of course, in FY26, we will be fully regressive once again for the second time in 12 years, but it's going to be a much more dire projection than it was in the past. The influencers I noted in the next slide, I actually highlighted a few things that I'm going to bring up again in FY26. These were the unanticipated and highly unusual spikes, not just increases, but spikes in things like special education out-of-district costs, which, as I described last year, had traditionally been about a 2% or an average of 2% increase every year for decades. And in 1 year, we had a spike of 14%, and then the very next year, 5%. And we have a projection of another 5% in the coming year. So in 3 years, we had a spike of 24% of out-of-district special education costs, which can run in the millions of dollars. Also, transportation contract increases for the last couple of years has been over 10%. That's another multi-million-dollar contract for the school department. And at the bottom, you can see grant reductions. Grants such as ARPA and ESSER, which were grants federally provided as a result of COVID. The prediction of really all the experts, both financial and from the mental health and physical spheres, really predicted that missing about 18 months of school was going to take about 18 months to recoup. We are all seeing that that is absolutely not the case for our children. the social isolation, the lack of direct instruction over a long period of time, in person, with peers, hands-on experiences and the like, have created a longer-term problem. And so the fact that the grants are running out was not a lack of preparation on anyone's part. We knew they were going to run out. It's just that the needs that they were designed to remediate are continuing past the date of expiration of those grants. Our capital request was also a concern, and that is going to continue to be a concern because we have scaled back our capital requests for the next couple of years. We have prioritized a very large security project that the town has supported, and we're trying to keep up with our technology needs that, as a result of COVID, again, became a much different world than it was prior to COVID. We became a one-to-one district literally overnight, and that requires consistent maintenance to keep that going. So you're going to see this exact graphic, if you will, or presented in this way for FY26. So I wanted to show you how it worked in FY25, or remind you how it worked in FY25. The first thing we do is the payroll rollover. And that is simply taking all of our current employees and rolling them over. It's an exercise that happens by employee. It's not an estimate that our business department completes for us, because it's not just adding a cost of living increase across the board, for example. We have 6 different bargaining units. We have over 50 individual contracts with individuals in our district, and they have different requirements in their contracts. For example, they may have longevity payments. They may have steps and lanes for education or years of service. And so those are individually manipulated to give us an accurate figure of what the rollover is going to be. So does 4.97% represent almost 5% increase in across the board COLA? No, it does not. It includes everything. But those are contractual increases that are not, they've already been bargained, and they're fixed costs. And then we added regressive or essential staff, and last year that was minimal. And I just want to remind everyone that when we do that process and the staff does tell us or inform us of what they need to accomplish the goals of the district that we have set forward, we always have to scale back on that, because we always end up in a regressive budget and we are not able to do a lot of the proactive things. But that exercise is very important for us to make sure that we're constantly visioning what we need for our students. The result of some of those exercises have been some cost neutral or minimal cost increases that we've been able to accomplish through grants or private funding or donations. And so that exercise has always been important for us. But you'll see last year we added less than 0.5% in anything that could be considered an advance for the district. So that was very modest. And then our fixed expenses, the increases in those operational contracts I talked about, utilities, for example, transportation and out of district, was 2.63%. So last year was a very marginal increase in anything that was discretionary. It resulted in an 8.07 level service budget. Level service meaning you're providing the same services with the same people the very next year.
Can I just ask you to?
Of course, yes.
For those who may not understand, you explained that the payroll piece is due to contractual shifts in steps and lanes, but I'm not sure everyone knows what that means.
Thank
Can
you.
you just explain that for a second?
Yes, absolutely. So steps would be considered years of service. Some of our collective bargaining agreements have step increases for the number of years we try to have incentives for people to stay in the district. Longevity is very important when you're providing services over time. And then lane increases because we are in an industry that requires that our professionals are up to date and well educated. Similar, you would want your surgeon, for example, to be up to date in the most cutting edge medical practices. And so our educators, we encourage them to continue their education. And so some of our contracts have incentives for increasing their level of education. Those would be the lanes. Okay, thank you. So this, I wanted to remind us about this slide because we were not going to get over 8% from the town. It's simply not sustainable to have increases of that level. Yes, our costs have increased due to inflation, just like you at home or those of us sitting here. But having an increase from the state that's less than 2% and having a tax base increase that is capped at 2.5%, when you see things like increases of 10%, 14%, and so on, it does not keep up with the revenue. And that is how we've been describing the revenue issue that's been happening over years and over a decade. We've slowly tried to come up with cost-saving measures. We implement cost-neutral initiatives, and we have scaled back to be a very lean department. That only lasts for so long because at the end of the day, we have legal mandates. We have restrictions on things that we can and cannot offer students. And we have to keep up with competitive salaries for our staff, especially when you're lean. When you're lean, you're really relying on the staff members to continually pick up more. Do more with less only lasts so long before you're burning out your labor force and you're not competitively attracting new people to join your system. And so those things drive a lot of those costs. Now, this slide is important because what happens every year is we have a deficit of, and historically it's been about 1 or 2 million, that we give the town our level service increase estimate. They put forward their level increase estimate. The town administrator, Connor Reed, does an exercise of revenue, anticipated revenue with the expenses. And every year we have had about a $1 to $2 million shortfall. We always, however, provide a balanced budget to the school committee and the town. That's the law. We have to do that. And if people pay attention to the first budget memo that comes out and sees a $2 million shortfall, and then they see a balanced budget presented and aren't engaged in the process in between, it is understandable why people may think, oh, money was found or somehow revenue increased. That is not the exercise, however. That comes from expenses being decreased. In other words, cuts. So this is illustrative of last year, but every presentation I've done for the school committee, whether it's at the public hearing in March or April, always contains this slide, because we always have to cut that gap to present a legally mandated balanced budget. So these are the examples from last year of what we did. It came out to, that's okay, it came out to $1 million, which was our share of what we had to cut from I don't remember the deficit last year, but as I said, it's usually $1 to $2 million. So then, on our next slide, it basically shows what we were finally able to come up with, which was a 5.78% increase. There was actually a last-minute change because we were engaging in a process to add solar to the Blanche Ames School, and so there was another $100,000 deducted from this sort of in the 11th hour. But again, it comes from a deduction or a reduction and not found money. So we ultimately came to approximately a 5% increase last year. You can see there 100,000 represented there. It was 5.57 was the approved budget last year, and that is what the Easton Public Schools received. What I noted were important considerations or future impact. You can add the next slide, it's just continuing. These are things that I noted would be what the deficit we were going to begin FY26 with. In other words, these were things that are coming out of, frankly, creative means to get us through last year. Now, those that pay attention to these financial constraints throughout the Commonwealth know that there are a lot of districts around us that have been engaging in these cost-cutting crises of budgets for several years now, some 2-3 years in a row. We have been able to stave that off because we've made use of one-time funding to fill in gaps. For example, making use of revolving accounts that are finite amounts, that have finite amounts in them that we still don't collect revenue from, or like the pre-K revolving account, that what we charge for tuition doesn't fully pay for the cost of the program. So they are finite amounts, but we try to leverage them to keep us going as we continue to advise the town and of course the school committee that we were coming to this fiscal cliff as a result of the revenue shortfall. And then of course things like the ARPA funding and the ESSER funding that were going to end while those needs of those children continued. So we predicted a $2 million shortfall because, again, we were asked to provide level service. This would be $2 million less of level service for this school year. So before we conduct that exercise of rolling over any payroll or adding anything, we would be starting $2 million behind.
Can I add one?
Yes,
clarifying
please.
Item just to the previous slide with the ending total.
Yes.
So the slide previous to this is actually accurate for what was finally adopted because of the $100,000 that was requested as part of the annual town meeting.
Yes.
So what we have adopted is that $49.7 million at that 5.78%.
Right, because the $1 million was taken off for utilities, but then it was added as a one-time payment, however, from the town. Thank you for that.
Microphone.
Yep, go right ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify that this slide actually depicts the ending amount that was adopted at the town meeting for Easton Public Schools budget, the $100,000 reduction that Dr. Cabral had noted, working with the town for utilities, but then because there was a $100,000 request at the annual town meeting, our adopted budget actually is this 5.78% increase, or the $49.7 million.
Great point, thank you. And that is, of course, because this was presented in April, and then town meeting happened in May. So that shows you that these are the authentic slides without revision from last year. Thank you for that. So that represents 4.44%. So you can see that before we go into FY26, we're already in need of 4.44% to have level services from this school year that we're currently in. And you saw that on average, it's over 4% for our labor costs to roll over. Now, before I get to this year, I just wanted to remind everyone what I reminded in the last budget, and frankly, every budget presentation I've ever done, and you'll see it again in the public hearing on April 3rd, and that is that the reason for these problems, as we've said, is revenue, not expenses, because we are so lean. This gives a snapshot of why is that a revenue problem? Where does that come from? And you can see, due to the state funding formula and taxation in Easton, that we have $16,635 per pupil that we use for expenses for students. The state average is $20,000, over $20,000. Now, we never use the state average when we're talking about the achievement of our students. Our goals are always surpassing the state average, and we are far surpassing the state average in our student achievement and outcomes. However, we're doing it with obviously a far less number of dollars. So this is just a visual of that quote unquote running lean that I'm talking about. If you look at our border districts, the only reason I chose Stoughton for this illustration is because it is the next highest per pupil expenditure next to us. And so if we were, for example, because what is the difference between $16,000 and $20,000 per pupil? So to try to quantify that for you, if we make an example of Stoughton, which is the next district, we would have $5.6 million more in our budget every year if we received the same per pupil cost to educate our students that the next district did, which in this situation is Stoughton. If it were the state average, it would be $12 million per year. Lauren?
Can you explain what the $3,406?
No, this isn't dollars, sorry. 3,456 were our number of students. Yep.
I'm glad that wasn't on, actually.
No, so from an anonymous audience member, the question was, what is the $3,456? That's not dollars, that's the number of students. So you take what the per pupil expense is times the number of students, and that will tell you how much more we would be operating with in our budget if we received either the state average or even the next highest district in our bordering communities. This was the last slide of last year's presentation. It was reminding everyone that these are universal issues, as I already alluded to. They're facing districts across the Commonwealth. Easton and EPS have been sharing this message and using mitigation strategies for several years. So that was the last slide of the presentation from last year, just to sort of reorient everyone of how we got where we are right now. So you saw a list of the budget drivers and concerns we had for last year going into this year. These are the budget drivers going into FY26. And for the observer who doesn't work in FY or fiscal year 26, that simply means the fiscal year ending in 26, so the 25-26 school year. So we're talking about next school year now. First of all, contractual salary obligations. That's a fixed expense. We are in negotiations with some of our collective bargaining units right now, not all of them. So that's an unknown expense at this moment. And however, as I said before, especially when you're running lean, you need to have competitive rates for your professionals, especially when they're doing multiple duties, multiple tasks, and taking on the roles that in other districts, they have the funds to hire other professionals to complete those tasks. There's only so long you can do that and be successful at doing that. Increased out-of-district costs I talked about. Administrative legal obligations and compliance, I think we saw from earlier in the presentation today, just when we're talking about the school committee policies, how much work goes into that and how you need a specific skill set, experience, education to do that. What the nurse coordinator, Colleen Clark, was able to present to you tonight in the health and wellness policies, I am not qualified to guide for you. I am not a licensed medical professional. And so that is true for all of the policies, depending on what content area it is. Those are increasing exponentially. They're changing often. The laws are always getting changed, and they are unfunded mandates. They are mandated of us with no additional funding coming to help support the additional cost. I note that because, as I said earlier when we were talking about policies, those of you that have been in school but maybe never been in administration know the side of it from a classroom, right? You're a student, you see that front-facing position and what happens every day, and you know how much hard work and dedication goes into that. But there's a much smaller core of people that keeps the background running smoothly to avoid legal implications, safety concerns, providing safe and healthy facilities, insurance, and so forth. We try to keep people away from having to worry about that part of it. And the fact that it runs smoothly is, again, a testament to the dedication of the people who do that. Unfortunately, those keep increasing without staffing meeting the needs of those increases. Transportation contract increases I discussed. Grants I discussed. GIC health insurance, this is a perfect example. This year was over a $2 million increase on the town level. In fact, this was just updated yesterday, I believe, or this morning. We had been given a projection of 8 to 12%. Connor Reed, the town administrator, accurately put in 12% as a placeholder for GIC, which is the town health insurance for all employees on both the town and school side. GIC just came out with their prediction of an average of 12.7%. So that is a perfect example of why it's important to put in conservative figures, because our deficit is already large. Now it has just increased a little bit. Those exact numbers aren't in because now he has to go through and see, for example, which plans we provide, which ones of those are people actually on in our district. That's a process. But overall, the GIC actually came in higher than they predicted. That is not good news. That's also an example of why that bottom line of the deficit changes. Again, it's not because money is found or money is lost. It's because numbers get fine-tuned as people give us information. The free meals reimbursement program. For those of you that saw the governor's budget that came out already, it still has to go through the Senate, the House, the Ways and Means Committee, and back to the governor again. So that usually goes through many iterations. But that first iteration does not have full funding for universal meals next year. And as we showed last year, that is an expected deficit for the school department. We don't know how much yet because we don't know if that line item in the governor's budget is going to stay the same. So again, that's why doing the budget is really an exercise of experience, longitudinal data, being very attuned to what's happening legislatively and around the Commonwealth and also federally in order to make these educated projections of what we anticipate is going to happen. So that's another number that may change. And then the fee structures. As you saw this evening, they have to be updated. Unfortunately, this is going to be a budget that is going to be a great loss for many of the services, the programs, the experiences that the Easton Public Schools has had and has actually made it what it is today, which is an outstanding school system in the state of Massachusetts, which is the highest performing state in the country of one of the highest performing countries in the world. So it is not dramatic or an exaggeration to say one of the best districts around. Now, the town administrator's operating budget memo from February 24th, I'm providing you current information. You can see, this is just a snapshot of the slide he presented. These are available on the town's website if people want to keep track of those. There are always, this is nothing new, every year there are always multiple iterations of the town administrator's budget because when he, for example, gets firm GIC health insurance numbers, it gets updated. When things are cut, it gets updated. This just shows, it validates really what I explained was our process. The town administrator directs all of the department heads, myself being the department head of the school department, to come up with a level service budget. Nothing extra, nothing extraneous. Forget proactive, strategic, expanding programs, what have you. That's what we did, and we showed you, we're going to show you what that comes out to as a percentage. It also is, looking at this chart, actually, you can see the percentage. The town departments have a placeholder, is what we called it, until we do those reductions, of 5.39%, and the school department 8.2%. I'll use that graphic that we used last year to show you how we came to that number. Again, payroll rollover, 5.7% this year. As costs increase and salaries increase, and depending on the number of staff members in any given year who are on a certain step or a certain lane, as discussed earlier, that is going to be a number that fluctuates. Adding nothing additional. Like you saw that very conservative and very modest increase last year, this is no increase at all, which in and of itself is a reduction in service because level service means you're providing the same services to the same people. If, for example, you have 100 kindergartners who come in that weren't here last year, providing extra kindergarten teachers and extra kindergarten paraprofessionals to serve those students is level service because you still are providing kindergarten services and you can't have classes of 40, for example, in kindergarten. So level service means you're providing the same services to perhaps, and I think I misspoke, not the same number of students, perhaps a different number of students or a different need for students. So that comes out, just that comes out to 8.2%. So those are largely fixed costs. In fact, 85% of our costs are personnel that are contractual, and so that's a fixed cost. Another 12% are material fixed costs, like utilities, transportation contracts, literally paper and ink, things of that nature. So very little is discretionary and certainly will not make up a multi-million-dollar shortfall. With this, the current updated shortfall is $5.4 million. So again, since I've been in the district, the shortfall between revenue and expenses on the town side for all departments in the town has been $1 to $2 million. This is the first time that it has been $5.4 million. But you can see, even just on the school side, why that would be the case when we were predicting a $2 million shortfall for this year. So that does not, the reason I have 6.3 million there is because if you have been following the town administrator's budget memos, an earlier iteration had $6.3 million. Now it's down to $5.4 million. A very common question we get is, oh wow, $900,000 was found. They always find money, they'll find money again. That is absolutely factually incorrect. That is from decreases. There may be very modest increases of more people bought cars and so excise tax went up very nominally, but it is from significant decreases. The goal is for that number to get to zero, because that means we have a balanced budget. And that is always done in at the lion's share through reductions. And so the school department's reduction is therefore going to be in the millions. I want to just bring you back to the definition of regressive, because I'm going to show you that we are going to most definitely be in a regressive budget next year. Again, it says reducing or eliminating staff resources. We will need to do both of those things. It will restrict access to programming, it will reduce non-core content, and it will send the district backwards in terms of development and strategy. What are those impacts? Staffing impacts. Well, what does that mean? It means that class sizes will increase across the board, all the way from kindergarten to grade 12 plus. Caseloads will increase, whether that's caseloads for specialists, caseloads for administrators, caseloads for support staff. They will all increase when you have less staff serving the same number or more students. It is going to increase across the board. We have worked very hard to reduce our class sizes because it provides a better experience, and our achievement levels show that that is the case. Student extracurricular programs like sports, music, clubs, activities, field trips, and more are affected when you reduce the number of staff to serve students. Student programs and elective courses. Again, and I should have explained this before I began, the process we're using, which I think is in a later slide, what we don't do when we're doing reductions, especially when it is people, is have a last in, first out mentality. We can't do that. We're serving very unique needs of students. So for example, if there is a position that is a singleton or close to it, I will say, I'll just pick a grade, 5th grade, whatever. If there's a 5th grade position reduction and the last people coming into the district were 8 of our 10 or 11 sections of 5th grade, you obviously can't lose all of those staff members. You won't have a 5th grade for those students moving from 4th grade. So you can't do it by the last in, first out, because they will always be in different areas of the district. The way we're doing it is the same way we've done our budget: proactive, reactive, and regressive. What have we slowly over time, literally decades, been able to put in place, like small class sizes, that are best practice and have been borne out to be the, combined with the skill of our staff, to be the reason we have such high achievement academic rates and our extracurricular programs are so successful, is because of the things that we have been able to put in place over time. But are they things that other districts have? Are they the minimum standard required? Not necessarily. Those are the things like extracurriculars, clubs and activities that are going to have to be reduced. Then we take a look at reactive. Things that we put in place to react to needs that we had in the moment or to meet minimum requirements and standards. We are going to lose some of the things we have put in reactively. That is going to compromise our ability to do things like qualify for grants. So that's counterintuitive. We end up losing money for that. To provide services that we know are recommended as opposed to mandatory. Well, they're recommended for very good reasons, but we are not going to be able to meet all of them because we have to meet our mandated regulations. And then regressive. We are in the process right now of trying to identify what these are, and of course, we're endeavoring to do two things. One, save every person possible, but two, avoid the regressive cuts, because if they're regressive, they were already a loss to the district, and we had to fill a need of something that was lost. It's a double hit to the district. We have not gotten down to the numbers we need to get to close the deficit. You can see there's still $5 million of cuts that need to be made between the school department and the town. But the school department makes up approximately 50% of the town's budget. $50 million of an approximate $100 million budget. You can easily do an estimate. If we're requesting a $4 million increase this year, that's a $2 to $3 million cut just to the school department. So getting back to the list of what staffing affects. Student programs and elective courses. We cannot run electives because they are best practice and not mandated by the state if we are in a budget that doesn't support them. We have to do our mandated needs. Proactive student supports. Again, we always want to make sure that we're filling the needs of students before it becomes an issue where they're 2, 3 grade levels behind, or they're socially emotionally having a crisis. We want to make sure we avoid those things. We are going to be truly reactive to the needs of our kids because of the cuts that are going to be necessary to our budget. Enrichment offerings. Special education and remediation are mandated by law. Enrichment is not. We know that every child needs to be moved forward from where they are. We know it is best practice to challenge students in the area in which they excel so that they can reach their highest potential. But because it's not mandated, it is going to be among the first things that we have to cut. Summer programming. Special education summer programming is mandated. That does need to continue. But our C program, our Summer Enrichment Academy, that has been wildly successful since we implemented it in COVID. It has, we have evidence-based data that shows it has closed learning loss during the summer for high needs students. That is something that is proactive. So trying to give you examples of things that we consider proactive. Non-staffing areas, transportation. By law, public schools are required to transport students up to and including grade 6. Again, that's the mandate. Obviously, our desire is to provide free transportation for all students. We can't do what we do with students if they can't get in school. We may have to look at either charging or not providing transportation. All of these things, you can see, who do they affect? They affect the most vulnerable among us, those that can't afford to have a car to drive to high school, or have a parent who can bring them to school because of their work schedule, or not having a vehicle themselves. So it is hurtful reductions that we may be taking as a district. Technology. During COVID, we became a one-to-one district. We were able to have the staff trained. They are using really wonderful digital learning platforms now. We will not be able to maintain our one-to-one program. Resources and materials, whether that's consumables for use in classrooms, or resources that are used in our labs or our culinary classes, all of them are going to need to take some form of reduction. Staff professional development. As I alluded to or used as an example earlier, you want your surgeon to have the very best cutting edge information and training. We provide that to our staff because it's very important. That's an area, like all other areas, that will be touched by this reduction. And then equity and access, as I said, with transportation, we offer free kindergarten right now, universal kindergarten, which is in legislation to become a mandate. So should that become a mandate, something else may need to be affected. We would like to keep free kindergarten as long as we can because it's equity of access. That may have to take a hit. And affordable activities, free buses, again, affecting the most vulnerable among us and certainly not providing equal access to educational opportunity. Facility preventative maintenance. Anybody that owns a house, rents a house, owns a car, has a shed, you know that those things require preventative maintenance, and when you don't do appropriate preventative maintenance, you have much more costly reactive repairs. But again, proactive is a budget target that we have not met in over a decade. Low or no cost facility access for outside organizations. You heard that today in our fee structure proposal. We, of course, want to be open and welcoming to our neighbors. We are a public facility, but there are expenses associated with that. And unfortunately, we are not in a position to afford that any longer. Now, I was asked, and the reason I asked for the two agenda items to be put together is because at the last school committee meeting, I was asked how perhaps federal funding might weigh into this whole scenario. And we have gotten recent federal and state communications. How are they connected to federal grants? And so I have a couple of slides just to explain that piece of it due to that very good question. So first of all, I think most people are familiar with what is being termed the Dear Colleague letter. That was sent out on February 14th from the United States Department of Education Office for Civil Rights. And I've just taken out some salient quotes, but this is very easily found online, very easily found. First of all, the primary focus of that document was on higher education. There were points that were pertinent to K-12, but it was mostly about higher education and something called the SFFA, or requirements for being accepted into institutions of higher education. In fact, it referenced a case that happened at Harvard, which I've noted at the top. So the bulk of that document was in reference to that. That is clearly has no effect on Easton Public Schools. But other quotes, and just because it's small and people at home can probably see it, but I don't know about people in the audience, I don't typically read slides to people, but because we're talking about something important and the school committee asked about it, I will just, if you'll be patient, I will read these small excerpts. From this document, the Dear Colleague document, it said, in recent years, American educational institutions have discriminated against students on the basis of race, including white and Asian students, many of whom come from disadvantaged backgrounds and low-income families. These institutions embrace of pervasive and repugnant race-based preferences and other forms of racial discrimination have emanated throughout every facet of academia. For example, colleges, universities, and K-12 schools have routinely used race as a factor in admissions, financial aid, hiring, training, and other institutional programming. Discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin is, has been, and will continue to be illegal. This is not relevant to the Easton Public Schools because we do not engage in any form of discrimination. I can't speak for other institutions that this may have been in reference to. I can speak to this institution. We do not now, nor will we ever, discriminate on the basis of race, whether it's white, Asian students, any protected class, anyone, for any reason, whether they're from a disadvantaged background, low-income family, or otherwise. So while this looks as though it is a directive, it probably is. That would be to people that it applies to. That is not an issue in the Easton Public Schools. Again, it is illegal. We recognize it as illegal. We investigate cases of claims. This is not affecting the Easton Public Schools. At the end of that document, it said all educational institutions are advised to, 1, ensure their policies and actions comply with existing civil rights law. 2, cease all efforts to circumvent prohibitions on the use of race by relying on proxies or other indirect means to accomplish such ends. And 3, cease all reliance on third-party contractors, clearinghouses, or aggregators that are being used by institutions in an effort to circumvent prohibited uses of race. Again, we do not do any of those things. So we are in complete compliance with this. We have no concerns about violating federal law. As it says at the bottom, the Easton Public Schools is not in violation, and we will not be in violation of any of these directives. With that said, we also have gotten communication from the Office of the Attorney General, Executive Office of Education, Department of Higher Education, and Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. This was received yesterday. In this communication, it is reminding us of our responsibilities under state law, which we also follow. It says in part, referencing the Dear Colleague letter, in the opinion of these organizations, that letter mischaracterizes DEI programs, stating that they, quote, frequently preference certain racial groups and, quote, stigmatize students who belong to particular racial groups based on crude racial stereotypes, end quote. On the contrary, practices in programming that promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility confer important educational and social benefits for students. They foster learning environments that provide all students an equal opportunity to learn and better prepare students to work in our diverse country and participate in our multiracial democracy. They are essential for promoting fair treatment and eliminating stigmatization. Again, this is a large country. Are there institutions that perhaps pervert and misuse equity and inclusion practices? They may. Easton Public Schools is not one of them. By definition, equity is providing equitable access to all people. Inclusion is making sure everyone is included in every way, emotionally, physically, academically. That is our directive. That is the state law, and that is our function. And so we are fully aligned with state law as well. To be clear, quote, to be clear, nothing in the letter changes existing law and well-established legal principles that encourage and even require schools to promote educational opportunity for students of all backgrounds. Again, we do not discriminate on any basis. We haven't, we will not, and we will fully investigate any alleged claims of them. K-12 schools can and should adopt numerous approaches as they work to advance their respective missions, break down barriers, and increase access for historically underrepresented students. Again, based on the very literal interpretation in the Easton Public Schools of what access to education, equity, and inclusion are, I don't think it would be very difficult to find anyone who believes that every human should not have access to education, that they should not be able to walk in the building, for example, without physical impediment, that they should be able to access academic resources if they are visually impaired with mitigating devices, or if they are hearing impaired, or if they are cognitively impaired, and that's what we provide. So we are not concerned that we are in violation of any federal or state law, even though if you're looking at the information in the two documents, they seem to be in contradiction of one another. We are not involved in any practices that are illegal by either one of their standards. So, if you go to the next slide, you will see, and I'm going to point out in these two slides, that we have mandates that we need to follow. We agree with them because based on our definition and practice of equity and inclusion, we do make sure everyone can access our curriculum. Again, that is our function. That includes underrepresented populations, people who have difficulty accessing resources due to financial instability, housing instability. It doesn't matter. That is our function. You can see here there are school obligations under Massachusetts anti-bullying and discrimination laws. They change frequently. They have very time-consuming processes that are required. And as I said earlier, we follow all of them. And we do that through the administrative team because they are the staff members identified in the laws for having to carry out that work. Again, civil rights protections. Civil rights is a federal and state mandate. And state and federal laws protect the rights of the people in the country and in Massachusetts. We are mandated to provide a safe educational environment. And that is what we do here in the Easton Public Schools. We were asked specifically about our grants and if we felt any of them would be in peril because we don't know which grants are going to continue at the federal level. These are our federal grants. You can see they total $1.2 million. You can see from our fiscal projection, this would be a devastating loss to the district. In terms of this school year, these are called forward funded grants, and so we have received the funding for the fiscal year we are currently in. That will continue for the remainder of the school year. As for next year, if you're aware of current events, you know that these are up in the air. We cannot make a prediction of what will happen with them, but obviously we will be paying very close attention to them because the budget shortfall we currently have does not include if we lost one, two, or all of these federal grant programs. Again, these are grant programs that serve our early childhood students, students with disabilities, grants for the professional development of staff, English language learner students, and academic support and achievement. Again, those proactive programs we were talking about, which is a very small amount for a district our size, but we make very good use of all of it. And we would be losing these or having to move them into the operating budget at the expense of other things that are currently in the budget.
Sorry, can you go back? What is the
Yes.
quote at the bottom say?
Because these grants are forward funded, districts would not be in receipt of any FY25 funds before July 25. So we expect, in other words, Congress is going to have to be timely and when they present our next round of grants for us to know what we're going to have in the next iteration. And the last one just said that we get that a little late every year. The fiscal year for the government is October 1st to September 30th. So giving us that information in July or August is considered early for them. But for us, when you're voting on a budget in April and the town is voting on a budget in May, it is difficult for us to find out what that is at the end of the summer. Okay, so what are the long and short-term efforts? There are a few. First of all, you have heard, I don't know if our greater audience knows, that we, as an administrative team, have been involved in legislative efforts that's part of our job. So we do it regularly every single year. We meet with our legislative delegation, whether it's at the State House, satellite sites, here in our district, to talk about things that we've been literally fighting for quite a long time that affect the funding we receive as a district outside of town taxation. These include, I'll list what these things are. I won't go into too much detail on them because I've talked about them in many other budget presentations. I am absolutely available and willing to discuss any or all of them in detail to anyone who would like that information, because Assisted advocacy in these areas from citizens would be very helpful, but I'll go over them quickly. We have asked repeatedly for increases in state sources, such as minimum aid funding. Because we are not what's called a foundation district, we are by law supposed to get $30 per student per year. That's just over $100,000 for an increase for a $50+ million budget. You can see how that doesn't keep up with the rate of inflation or taxation. The circuit breaker, which has to do with special education reimbursement. Right now, the law says the goal is 75% over the threshold. We have gotten 60%, 65%, less than that. And we don't always know what it is going to be when we're planning our budget. We're just asking for for an increase in minimum aid, because $30 just won't do it, but also for the things that are legislatively in place already to fully fund them. So at the very least, we can plan for them, but then of course afford them.
Dr. Cabral, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just explain what over the threshold means for
Sure.
people that don't know that?
Sure. So so if a student is in an out-of-district placement, whether it is a day program where they're bused back and forth to Easton, or whether it is a residential program where they literally live at a facility, there is a threshold in the tuition. So this is a reimbursement for tuition costs for special education. We don't get full reimbursement, but we do get a percentage. So the threshold now is about $47,000, according to the Director of Student Services. It's $47,000. That means if a student's tuition for an out-of-district placement is $47,000, we get no reimbursement. If it's $57,000, we get $10,000 reimbursement. So you have to hit the threshold. We're asking for the threshold to increase. Special education costs, as you saw from the out-of-district percentages, have risen so dramatically, but the threshold has not. So it hasn't kept up with the cost of special education, which makes our costs increase exponentially. Thank you for that question, Jackie. And then, sorry, this year it was 51,000. Thank you for that. It vacillates a little bit every year, which again makes that a moving target. And then circuit breaker transportation. The costs for out of district do not include transportation. And some students who are not in residential programs need to be transported potentially to very specialized programs, which in addition to potentially needing a specialized program for their individual needs, there are not many spots available locally for other programs. And so sometimes we're having to literally bus students an hour away, each way every day. And with the explosion of the transportation costs, you can see how that affects us with the circuit breaker transportation. We have talked about the wage adjustment factor in Easton. We happen to be in the Brockton-Bridgewater wage factor, which basically means that according to the economists who created the wage adjustment factor, we can afford to pay people less than people around us who are in the Boston labor market, not adjustment factor, what labor market. That is nonsensical because obviously, in fact, some of our neighboring districts who are geographically further away from Boston are in the Boston labor market. And so they actually get more money in their foundation formula because the presumption is you're so close to the metropolitan area that you need to pay higher wages. We clearly cannot pay less than our competing districts, again, when we're trying to do more with less, and we need highly competent and capable educators and administrators, which we currently have. You cannot pay them less, or you will not attract them here. And so we are, it's punitive, in my opinion. Senator Timilty did put forward a bill at one point to the Senate to change Easton's labor market. Unfortunately, it failed on the Senate floor. His colleague senators were not in favor of it. It did not necessarily affect their district. And so we are going to continue to fight for that. That one thing will make a difference for us. Investigate and correct Chapter 70 funding formula. Representative Doherty put forward for us a bill to the House of Representatives to investigate this flawed system. Everyone, legislators, the education department, other politicians, the educational realm, economists have all agreed that the Chapter 70 formula is outdated, it's very old, and it is flawed. Unfortunately, that bill failed. We are going to continue to fight for that to be brought before the legislature to hopefully be approved so that it can benefit Easton, like it benefits others. We've asked the Commissioner of Education on many occasions to amend entitlement grant qualifications or parameters. Easton doesn't qualify for a lot of grants that other districts do, while we still maintain levels of need that we're unable to meet for our high needs students. Reconfigure the Student Opportunity Act allocations. We have a very small percentage of districts in the state that actually receive. I think 20% of the districts in the state receive 80% of the Opportunity Act funds. That is a well-publicized effort by legislature to infuse multi-million dollars into school systems, and is highly touted as being very successful in infusing much-needed cash into school districts. It sounds great, but Easton is not a recipient. And so while it seems as though it has sort of mitigated a problem universally, it definitely has not, and factually has not in Easton. Universal free meals, as I mentioned earlier, the governor's plan. We know that universal meals for breakfast and lunch for all students will continue, quote, pending appropriation. And that is what triggers the ability, if funds are not deemed available, to not have to meet that requirement. And that is what we're anticipating already for next year. And then the millionaire's tax, we are asking for that to be used in part for K-12 schools. A very small amount so far, about $300,000 has been used for K-12 schools across the Commonwealth. Other than that, it has infused a lot of aid to higher education. We are asking for consideration for K-12 schools, and we will continue to advocate for that. So these are clearly long-term efforts, but they have to be pursued every year in order for them to hopefully at some point come to fruition, and we will continue working on them. Again, this is not an Easton issue. As you can see in the Boston Globe on February 9th, this article entitled, "We're on a Downward Spiral. Massachusetts school districts face another year of dire cuts." It is not an exaggeration how harmful this has been to districts and finally is going to be to Easton. You can see inflation, rising costs of special education, loss of federal pandemic aid, state assistance that doesn't keep pace with costs. Everything that I've just described to you and have been describing every year is now being, at the very least, we're getting attention on it, and hopefully this will help move us in the right direction. You can see the expectation was that health insurance rates would increase by 10%. I just told you the average is 12.7, so it's even worse than we have been predicting. This next one from February 13th, a new coalition says Massachusetts school districts don't have enough money, and here's why. I note these because if you can hop online and read the articles, they do provide a lot of specific education. But the salient points, special education, transportation, pandemic inflation, again, everyone is facing the same issue. We have actually gone a little further, a little longer than most districts because we have a talented business office. We have utilized as many creative approaches as possible to get us this far. It does not last forever. This is another encouraging note. We have this group called United for Our Future that is now collectively working on this legislative pressure. It includes Mass Teachers Association, American Federation of Teachers, Boston Teachers Union, Massachusetts Association of Regional Schools, my organization, Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, Massachusetts PTA, your organization, Massachusetts Association of School Committees, and Lawyers for Civil Rights. We are hoping we are getting some momentum. But again, Legislative change does not happen overnight. It doesn't even happen in a year. We're going to continue pursuing it, though, and we just want people to be aware of what we're working on. And if they're looking to try to be helpful, advocating for these items would do just that. PACE. PACE is a very forward-thinking group that was put together at last May meeting, the annual town meeting last May in the town of Easton, put together a group called PACE, Promoting a Sustainable Easton, to examine the things that Town Administrator Connor Reed and I have been saying were happening and were coming. After months and hours and thousands of pages of documents, they have this 19-member group, primarily made up by a very interesting cross-section of representation of Easton residents. In fact, I think I'm the only non-resident of the 19 that just provides a source of information for items that people are asking for. I simply advise. They have determined the following. There is a clear and definite problem, so that has validated the information that we have been presenting. The budget issues are revenue problems as opposed to expense problems. Again, thorough investigation of all of the documentation for all of the town departments. That they do all run extremely lean, and that it requires both short and long-term reliefs. PACE is right now a short-term committee. It could potentially develop into a long-term committee. They do know that they have to provide both recommendations for the short-term and the long-term. What does short-term mean? Really, the only vehicle for short-term relief is an operational override. They may be recommending this to the town. Long-term revenue recommendations, however, do need to also be made because overrides do not last forever. The expenses of everything from labor to materials and fixed costs increases, and it outruns the pace of taxation or state federal reimbursement. So they will need to make long-term recommendations as well. What does that mean? That means in terms of projects they vote for in town, or how they bring new business into town. What are the ways that a town creates revenue from taxation, from building projects, et cetera? So the expectation is that in March, very soon, the PACE committee will be coming up with actual recommendations for short and long-term consideration. Does that mean that is going to happen? No, not necessarily. They are an advisory group only. They've conducted research and they're making information and evidence-based recommendations. At the end of the day, any short or long-term resolution to the ongoing revenue issues is in the hands of the taxpayer. And being engaged and following the process and paying attention to what PACE is doing, attending town meeting, is the way to come about long and short-term solutions to this problem that is not going to go away on its own. Now, what is that timeline in relation to our course of business here in the district? Well, as I said earlier, we have to come up with a balanced budget for April. It's the law. We have to present that to the town. The town administrator needs to provide a balanced budget at the May 19th town meeting. Any short or long-term remediation will not be done in time for the May 19th meeting. The course of business in a public school is we are entering hiring season right now. We are anticipating 40, potentially up to 50, 55 eliminations of positions in our district. We cannot not inform people of this when we come to a balanced budget in April. If we have a balanced budget, it means we know where those reductions are coming from. If we know where the reductions are coming from, we must inform those staff members. Not only is it contractual in most cases, it is the moral and ethical thing to do. We don't know if there will be short-term relief in May or June. and we have to inform staff members. Will we lose staff members? Assuredly so. Certainly, no one can blame someone for looking for a position elsewhere, no matter how much they love their job in the Easton Public Schools, when they're caring for themselves and their family. So there is going to be reductions. Even if, most likely, even if there is a short-term recommendation and potential override that is passed in the town, which is a very large if, there will be reductions in the Easton Public Schools because an override, as I said, is temporary and it's not sustainable over time. However, the difference between the reductions, if we don't get an override, and the reductions if we do get an override are enormous. We are hoping that if we don't, if we do get an override, we can maintain as many of the services and class sizes on that list that I showed previously. All of those areas, however, I assure you, will be affected, will come to fruition if there isn't a short-term mitigation. That is a simple mathematical exercise. This is not a scare tactic. This is not a projection or an assumption. This is a mathematical reality. One of the things people can do short-term to be helpful is simply avoid misinformation. Things that we have had questions asked of us. Is this due to budget mismanagement? It is not. It has been validated time and time again from the many professional organizations that audit the school department and the town departments, as well as your PACE committee, that this is not, in fact, the case. Are we top heavy with administration? We are not. There are documentation. This should not be taken on faith. Everything that we have is data-based. If you refer to the PACE website, you will see that there are comparables done. We, as a public school, use our bordering neighbors as comparison, and we also use what's called our DART analytic neighbors. DART districts are what the Department of Education identifies that we are to be compared to in terms of our student achievement and our district accountability. And so it makes sense to use our immediate geographical neighbors, but also who we're being compared to in our performance. And of them, we have among the least number of administrators to carry out the same tasks that every other district has to carry out, those unfunded mandates, for the number of students and staff that we have. Again, those documents are online if you wish to refer to them. School committee disinterest in negotiations, that's just simply untrue. Negotiations are ongoing and there are regular meetings scheduled. Impending layoffs is a scare tactic. As I said, this is factually based. You can see the figures that I've shown. You can see the PACE documentation, the town administrator's documentation. The numbers are real. They are line item specified, so you can see exactly where each total is accounted for. You can do the calculations on your own to fact check. In fact, we encourage that. And that the town and schools always, quote, find the money. And I think earlier in the presentation, I showed the example of where people tend to get that from. Well, you've closed that deficit. Yes, we closed the deficit with cuts, not revenue, which means we get money, but through cuts, meaning we reduce services. The next steps. Currently, the town budget shortfall is 5.4 million, as I said. Yes, this is down from 6.3 because that is the exercise. We need to continue reducing until we get to 0. So you will continue to see that number go down. That is the normal course of events. The programs and services are being examined by all leadership. The building administration, the central administration, the district leaders that are not part of the executive team. We are all working together to, again, identify which programs are proactive, reactive, and regressive. What are our core, base, mandatory, lawful needs that we need to meet? We are at that level of service, unfortunately. No area, no school, department, central, nothing is going to be untouched. When you need to cut multi-million dollars from a $15 million budget and 85% is people and another 12% is fixed costs, there is not discretion to be cut. It needs to come from the fixed costs and staffing. And clearly, when it's an 85-12 split, the lion's share needs to come from the staffing. Of course, all considerations go to attrition first. We don't have enough attrition, I can already tell you. We do not have enough attrition this year to avoid actual layoffs. But all attrition is counted first. The reason it's actually going to take a while, those behind the scenes requirements we have contracts that we have to abide by. As I said, 6 bargaining units, 50 plus individual contracts. We're going through every one of them to see what we're legally able to do before we even start making decisions about what we do. There are also things, quote unquote, bumps in contracts. There's seniority language. There may be a position from a program that needs to be reduced, but it's held by a senior person with a veteran educator with seniority. They have in some of the contracts rights to bump someone less senior. So even if we identify a program, it may take a while to determine where that person is going to go and who it then affects. So this is going to be a long-term process. And I told you, we are on a tight timeline. We need to present a balanced budget for a hearing for the school committee on April 3rd. That is 4 weeks away. In that time, we're reviewing this, we're reviewing the law when it comes to benefits for employees after they leave a district, ways to notify employees, and so on. We are using as many creative and created options as possible because our #1 goal is to save people's jobs first, not just because our students need them. We don't have fluff in our budget. We have not been proactive because of budget restrictions. So there are not things that we can simply cut off that will not affect anyone. We would not have had them in our lean budget environment in the first place. So they are all going to have impact. But we are working with legal, working within contracts, working literally every single day to try to see what are our colleagues across the state doing? What are we doing in the nation? What are people in other states doing? Is it legal to do here? What can we do to combine programs or whatever we can do to save people's jobs? We want to use as much time as we possibly can to do that before we are actually laying off employees, because it's going to impact our students more, the more people that are reduced. Staff reduction notifications. Well, we have to provide a balanced budget April 3rd. So unless that date changes, and that is not our goal is to get that done in time so that you can then have a vote 2 weeks later and we can present to the town at their anticipated date, which is April 29th. But we have a lot of work to do in that time. We're being very aggressive with the timeline and we hope to meet it. We're publicly setting this goal to try to keep us to that. We're working around the clock, 7 days a week, but we don't know. Are we going to run out of time? We're not sure, but that is our firm goal, which means we're not presenting a balanced budget that talks about reductions without informing staff first. So we absolutely have to make sure that staff is informed before that date. However, due to the nature of the exercise, like I said, if there are bumps that are happening, it is possible that after the balanced budget meeting, more reductions will take place as people bump other employees. So that is important to know. That is a function of contracts that we can't control. Did you have a question?
Can you explain that again?
Yes.
Same as you did, I just want to hear it again.
Sure. While our goal is to get
about the with the bumps.
Yes.
What they mean. Okay.
Yes. While our goal is to notify everyone about reductions before we present the balanced budget, some people may be notified after that because we may identify a particular program that we need to reduce. And so the staff member in that program may be a veteran that has seniority, what's called seniority in the contract, longer years of service. And by nature of whatever collective bargaining unit they are in, there may be a contract between you as the school committee and that collective bargaining unit that allows them to take the place of a less senior educator. So we will notify those people by the time the balanced budget comes, but we don't know what that person's intentions are going to be, what licenses they might have, what interests they might have of where they would like to bump, where that least senior person for that role will be. We won't know that until all of those quote-unquote bumps take place. So if we provide a notification to that veteran educator, and then the next day we're providing the balanced budget, that educator is determining where they're going to go. We may not know for a few days where that is. That person might then have a license totally outside of that area and may then subsequently bump someone else who's less senior than them. It depends on the contract. So it's going to be a domino effect that may go on potentially to the end of the school year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It's very complicated.
What are our timeline goals? Well, I just told you what we're doing in the month of March. So that is at least going to take the full month of March. That brings us to your, the staff notifications. They can't be later than that morning. They can't. Obviously, our goal is before that. Like the moment we know, we want to make sure we're letting others know so that they can plan appropriately for themselves and for their families. The school committee budget hearing, which is posted, that happens every year. That's on April 3rd. April 17th is when you vote on the budget. That then gets presented at the annual joint meeting, which always takes place. The school committee attends, but it's a joint meeting of the finance committee and the select board, at which the town administrator and all of the town departments present their budgets, and it is a presumed balanced budget at that point. And that then goes to town meeting on May 19th. Because we provide a balanced budget does not mean that the townspeople will actually vote for it. All of this is in the hands of the townspeople. And then, is there an override vote? I don't know. That is up to the PACE committee, whether that's a recommendation. What happens after that? Well, only the select board can bring forward the option of an override. I am not involved in that. I cannot be involved in that. Will never give an opinion about that, only factual information. Taxpayers, citizens need to let the select board know if that is something they are interested in, but only they can bring it forward. So if that's a recommendation of PACE, if it's brought to the select board, if it's brought up at town meeting, and if at town meeting taxpayers approve that an override goes to a ballot vote, then sometime after May 19th town meeting, there would be a ballot of whether there will be an operational override or not. If that passes at the ballot, then there may be short-term mitigation for the district and the other town departments. If not, obviously, that's why we prepare the budget without any short or long-term effects, because we do need to provide a balanced budget. So this is the budget we are presenting. We will repeat this at the hearing with hopefully fine-tuned information, including what reductions are going to be and how we get to a balanced budget. We have to do all of that between now and April 3rd. I know that was a lot. I know it was dense. I know you've heard it and you're going to hear it again. It is very important to repeat. If we get one more person engaged every time, it's worth it. I appreciate your attention and your engagement, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Jackie?
Thank you, Dr. Cabral, for that presentation. I'm sure that wasn't easy to do. Just a quick question on the, I know it's up to the select board whether or not to bring an override up for a vote. And I'm not sure when they're going to make that determination. Obviously, it has to be before town meeting. So if they do decide to put an override up for a vote, don't we have to have a second budget, an override budget?
Yes. We do not know if an override is even being proposed. If it is, if an override is proposed, it must be proposed with a figure. So if one is proposed, and it is proposed with a figure, whatever that, X million dollars, at that point, we will prepare a quote-unquote override budget. We cannot prepare one in advance of that because we don't know what that amount is. However, the goal would be 8.2% for a level service budget. The reality is, even if, so there's a $5.4 million shortfall right now. Even if an override were $5.4 million, that is not sustainable over time. So overrides in general need to be more than that. It completely depends, again, if there's an override, it completely depends what that figure is to dictate what or how many cuts would still be necessary.
But that would still be a budget that the school committee would need to vote on prior to town meeting, correct?
It would, but only if there will be an override consideration. Yep.
No, I understand
You are correct.
that.
So at the hearing, if we know that information at that time, you will get 2 iterations. If we don't know it until the vote, you'll get it at that point.
And your priority would be to restore the positions and services that you feel are most necessary for the students at that point?
Yes, and well, what do you mean restore? We can't actually restore anything until or unless an override is actually adopted. So
so what I mean is when you put together, if you put together an override budget.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's not just here's the bottom line.
Correct.
You would list what you want to fund.
Yes.
And so when you're listing what you want to fund, your priority is going to be what?
So we're going to go in inverse order of the actual cuts. So the exercise that we did of proactive, reactive, regressive, we would go in inverse order. What are some regressive things that have been cut that we need to restore from a mandatory perspective, a legal perspective, a statutory perspective? Then depending on what the amount is, what have we put in place reactively that we can restore? And then finally, depending on any figure, what can we restore that was proactive, that has gotten the district to where it is today? So it is not, it isn't an opinion-based exercise. When you're saying you, that is a very plural pronoun in this case. Again, the leadership team as a whole came up with the, or is coming up with programs and resources and materials that are categorized in those defined targets. And it would be the leadership team that then looks at them in that inverse order.
Okay. And do we have, with our balanced budget, do we have a specific number from the town of what we need to cut? Did he give you a final specific number?
No, we do not. We have an estimate. Again, we're about 50% of the town's budget as a whole. So so our request this year is over $4 million. So even if it's 50%, it's over $2 million.
And so
sorry.
I'm just going to say, I think I heard him say at the select board meeting that he's going to do another budget change memo the end of March, I think he said.
Yes, annually,
so I assume
every
we'll have
year there are
more numbers then.
Correct. Every year. This is an exercise not because we're in the current fiscal situation. It's an exercise every year that there are multiple iterations, usually monthly, as the town administrator gets information, like we just received the GIC healthcare information, right? To make those estimates real numbers. Now, before town meeting, they're not all real numbers. We don't even have the state budget by then, every year. But we try to whittle down how many of them are educational and experiential estimates and put finite or firm documented numbers into them. So yes, as we get closer, there will be a bottom line number. We do not have that yet, but it's minimally going to be $2 to $3 million.
And I know we had talked about, obviously we had talked about fees tonight. Are we going to be talking about other types of fees and reviewing those at some point before the budget presentation?
Yes, well, we're working on it now. It's difficult because we are, I hate to keep using the word lean, but we are lean in our man-woman power to conduct this work. So you can imagine this is unusual. It's taking up an inordinate amount of time for very good reason, but there's a lot of things that are being put aside while this is happening. Apologies reactively and proactively for people that are emailing me right now, because that's a perfect example of things that are really taking a second seat to this very critical work.
Sure.
So yes, we have been working on, as you know, Mr. Kopaz has worked on these facilities fees. We're also working on the meals fees, sports, activities fees, the extracurricular fees. We don't have a lot of fees because in public education, if it's something that's required as part of a student's education, you can't charge for it. So there aren't a lot of fees, but we're looking at things like spaces. We're currently in negotiation with a special education collaborative to use empty classrooms as rental spaces for other groups. So we're looking at every possible means of revenue, but public schools, just in general, do not have a lot of revenue generating power, but we're looking at every nook and cranny right now. So is the goal to get fees to you before the hearing? Yes. Can I say with 100% certainty they will be? It very much depends on how much time and information gathering and analysis and the synthesis we have to do to make sure we get a balanced budget for April 3rd.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Lauren?
I just have one quick question. When you were just answering Jackie, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. When you were saying if we were to have an override that passed, what would be restored? And one of the things that you said, which I think I heard you say, was restoring back to reactive of legal obligations. So I thought anything that's a legal mandate we cannot cut. So are we eliminating something? Are we anticipating? And I don't even know if we can answer this at this time, but like,
if the money is not
are we
there,
anticipating eliminating things that are a legal mandate? I know that there's a huge concern, rightfully so, of special education families, of the attention and the support that their
special
students will
education
get.
is unique in the sense, in mandates, in the sense that when you don't meet the mandates of special education, you must provide compensatory services. So at some point, you have to make up for that. Not every mandate is like that. You have to compensate for those services at some point. So special education is something that we are looking to absolutely prioritize. However, there are some things that people may think are part of special education that are actually proactive initiatives that we put in place before a student is considered for special education services. So I'm not sure, maybe people might confuse some things for special education or not. Certainly reaching out to the Director of Student Services, he can clarify any of those things. But there are two things that are going to be influential with special education. Number one, more cuts, potentially 50% more for our district next year if that is in fact frozen or cut. There is an injunction right now that has stopped federal freezing of grants. What's going to happen? Obviously no one knows that, but we're watching that very closely. The other is that several years ago, the legislature made it possible to have a revolving grant that is held by the town for special education purposes. And in the beginning of that process, the town and the school department slowly put some funds into that. We have not been able to put anything into that for several years because that is obviously a proactive strategy. There is, I believe, $250,000 in that account right now. That is obviously not going to make the difference of a $1 million grant should we lose that, but those are two areas we're paying very close attention to because, as you said, special education is mandatory, but it also requires compensatory services if you don't provide it.
Dr. Cabral, can you just explain how that grant is utilized currently? Like if an if we have an emergency situation.
The grant or the
revolving, I'm sorry, the revolving.
Okay.
The revolving.
The grant is primarily for paraprofessionals and special education support staff, so it's literally people. So we would have to, in order to meet those mandates and avoid compensatory services, we would need to move those people into the operating budget at the expense of other people if we lost that grant. The revolving account has to be, any money that's taken from that to be used has to be for unanticipated tuition expenses. And it must be approved at town meeting for the school department to use it. So taxpayers would have a say, obviously, in how that is used as well. But any grant or revolving account, all grants and revolving accounts have very specific structures for which they can be used or not used. And there's no exception for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions?
I do not know, thank you.
That was very, very thorough. Thank you. You did an amazing job of consolidating, which I know has been a year's worth plus of information down into that presentation. So thank you for all the time and effort that went in. I know it's a super busy time and that, we really had just articulated the desire to see this all together on Monday of this week. So the fact that you've, pulled all this together and prioritized this so that we could get them, get everybody on the same page and get the public all caught up on all of this work that's happening behind the scenes. I think it's very important, and I really appreciate you and the team getting this done for us today. So thank you.
Thank you for your engagement, your questions, your interest. We encourage members of the public to contact us if they have questions. Unfortunately, misinformation can really subvert all of our efforts at the legislative and local levels. And so please reach out to us. If something doesn't seem right, it probably isn't. We would be very happy to provide information. All of our information is factual, data-oriented, evidence-based. We have it. We're ready to share it. Please let us know if you have questions.
Can I just say one more thing? Just piggyback on what Jen said. Your presentation did a really good job of hitting on every aspect that I've heard of concerns in the community of different things, whether it was debunking false information or clarifying correct information or whatever. It was just a really good job. Thank you.
Appreciate all the content. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Before we move off of that agenda item, I just wanted to provide a brief update that the PACE open house last night was, I believe, a success. So it was held at Blanche Ames. Thank you to everybody on the school, on the town and DPW side for preparing such a great space. The event went really well. It was well attended. I believe we estimated between 200 and 300 attendees. And there were, people were engaged, asking really thoughtful questions, had helpful commentary and opinions to share. The atmosphere was, again, very thoughtful, civilized, collaborative, and people really came just looking to get information, get answers, get informed, and share their opinions. So I really appreciate all the people in the town who gave us 2 hours of time last night. Hopefully those who attended believe it was time well spent. And the PACE committee has a series of opportunities to connect with the community coming up. I won't rattle them all off. They're available on the town website and on the PACE Facebook page, but you can coffee from 6:30 to 8:30 or something on Friday mornings at one of the coffee shops in town, sessions at the library, open Q&A at town hall. So there's a whole series of opportunities for people to get information. And then ECAT did a wonderful job of filming the main presentation last night. So it was about 45 minutes of content, and then another 30 minutes of Q&A. So if anybody wants sort of a condensed look at sort of the whole thing, that was filmed and it's available on ECAT. So.
It is condensed, obviously more than this presentation. However, it is more broad in terms of, it was a town presentation. So you'll hear about police, fire, DPW, health services, and schools. But if you're looking for a more global perspective, I feel as though it was extremely informative about, again, that balcony view. And it's not just about schools. So I don't want people to think you're going to see the same thing over again. If you were to tune into that, I would highly encourage residents to watch that, even if you watch it in pieces. Or if you attended and you want to watch it again, because it's very easy to miss details in such a dense presentation. So definitely encourage people to see that. I don't know if it's available yet, but it will be on the PACE. Okay, good. It's on the PACE website.
Okay, great. So if there's nothing else on that, good. I know it's getting late. So we can move on to the schedule of payments. So since the school committee last met, we are working on approving warrants 039S, 041S, 042S, 043S, 046S, and 047S, and those are for routine operational expenses. Okay, next up, public comments. No, we're good, okay. And superintendent notes, Dr. Cabral?
Only been working on budget. I have nothing to add to that at this time.
All right, assistant superintendent notes.
I'm also going to pass tonight.
Okay, school committee notes.
Can I
Yes, we're going to go reverse order. Okay. Lauren.
Okay. So tomorrow evening, our very own Mrs. Pruitt will be honored at the RMK Gala, along with Mrs. Lalonga from 4th grade. It is a huge, well-deserved honor, and we're very, very lucky to have them both in our district. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see pictures. I unfortunately won't be able to attend. The other thing, PACE last night was very well attended and informative, and it's amazing that the committee is mainly volunteers and not, part of everyone's real life job, because it's amazing of how well they represent them. The other thing that I wanted to mention, the OA production of Mean Girls is March 10th through 13th, I believe. I may have those dates wrong. But tickets are on sale, and it's going to be a great show. I can't wait to see it. I think I'm going to see it 3 times. And the other thing that I wanted to mention.
It's March 7th through the 9th.
7th, okay, I got my dates totally wrong.
It's okay.
March 7th through the 9th. Oh, that's not mine. Mine's not on either.
It's late. Dr. Cabral also mentioned Representative Doherty, who advocated so much for Easton, and was a huge friend of Easton and a huge advocate for education. She unfortunately passed away a couple weeks ago. She will really be missed. And that's all I have.
Kelly? I just wanted to make note of the kindergarten orientation at Blanche James on March 5th at 6:30. Anything else?
Jackie? Oh, there's, no, we have.
It's okay. Nothing tonight other than to congratulate Mrs. Pruitt and Mrs. Lalonga. I'm a big fan. And I hope everything goes great tomorrow night. I can't wait to see pictures as well.
Thank you.
Nancy?
So I also had Mrs. Pruitt, so check. And I also had Carol Doherty. She will be missed. I've known her a long time from her days in Taunton, so, and MTA. So anyway, it's very sad. I had a couple questions. Did the French trip go to Quebec during February
yes.
vacation?
Yes, I should have mentioned that. I apologize.
Well, now you can.
I actually just went over all the pictures today.
Because it was like 2 degrees up there.
It was. They have pictures.
An amazing time.
They have pictures of the snow is piled up over the kids. They also visited a hotel that was made out of snow.
That's awesome.
The pictures are amazing. Some videos, and of course I've been in touch with Miss Michael, who goes and she organizes. She said to me, it takes so long to plan, and but it just watching the kids engage with each other, speak French to each other. They also just interact with each other in different friend groups than they normally do. It just is such a valuable trip, and I want to commend her for all the work she does on that trip, and I do hope to go with them one day.
In addition to organizing,
Yes.
that's her February vacation as well.
It is, absolutely.
And so I will say what I always say when we talk about these trips is just thank you for the dedication that you put forward to provide this opportunity to students when it's their opportunity to relax. And I can assure you, as a former educator that did volunteer for such responsibility, first of all, but also activity, it's not exactly relaxing. It's rewarding, just like our everyday job is, but it is not exactly relaxing. So thanks very much for that, and all the staff members that do that. But also Ms. Michael intentionally moved this trip to February to take part in those cold weather activities that are so interesting and wonderful in Quebec. So they really do take advantage of them. And
She doesn't have another trip going in April. She just did this one this year.
It used to be in April.
It used to be April, but she's not doing 2.
No,
Okay,
she intentionally moved it to
Right.
February so they could do these things
But
like
when
the
I
snow
saw the
hotel
weather,
and
the
dog
weather
sledding
here
and-
was cold, but let's look it up again.
It's
like,
much colder.
Oh,
Yes, they're
it was-
very
They were all
cozy.
in like ski outfits, their snow pants, their goggles,
There's
everything.
a lot of fun activities that come with that
Yeah.
that we don't
Oh,
do
no.
around here.
Right.
So again, spending your vacation there is really admirable.
Thank you. And just quickly, did Close Up and Wings of Hope already take their trips?
No,
Or
not
those
yet.
in March?
Yes, I think that's in
okay.
March.
Thank you. All right, that's it for me.
So I just, a couple of things. First, congratulations to our artists who were honored by the State Scholastic Art and Writing Awards. So there were 26 pieces that earned silver, what's it called, medal? Silver keys or honorable mentions. And so Dr. Cabral published an article on that today, so it's available on the
school website, parents wear social media, et cetera. So, but the photos of some of the artworks are included, and oh my gosh, they're just unbelievably talented. So, so congratulations to our student artists. And then I've got a sports report.
Yes.
Right.
It's tournament season, for
Tournament
sure.
season, yes. So, let's see, hopefully I've got all of this right. So for wrestling, 2 wrestlers, Willer Russo and Amaya Smith, both competed at the state level. And so Amaya finished second in the D2 state tournament 138-pound weight class. And so she is one of our super stellar girl wrestlers, and was featured in an article in the either the Enterprise or Hockomock Sports. I think it was Hockomock Sports recently, on the rise of girls wrestling in the Hawk League. So congratulations to both of them. Let's see, so swim, Addison McDonough qualified for states in the 100-yard backstroke. So congratulations to Addison. And then with indoor track and yes, that's what you said, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, sorry, that's what that, yes, competed, yes, qualified and competed in states, yep. And then for indoor track, Landon Sarney qualified for the states, I believe, in the boys 2 mile and placed 4th. That may have been, I think that was the D2 division, or that was the divisional meet. Braylon Graham in the 1,000 meter also qualified in divisional. And then Lavender, and I hope I don't mispronounce your name, Kazoka. Let's see, she was in the finals for the 55-meter dash, made it to the meet of champions, and this was second in the states for long jump, and the girls team finished 8th overall.
Amazing.
Yeah, so great seasons for them. And then basketball, boys and girls basketball both have home playoff games this Friday night. So girls will be at 5:30 versus Leominster, and boys will be at 7:15 versus Archbishop Williams. Girls, I believe, are 15th out of 32 in the power rankings, and boys are 4th out of 32. So with any luck, there'll be a good deep playoff run ahead for those teams. So very excited, congratulations to them. And that's all I had for notes. Okay, so moving on to our executive session. We have a substantive discussion that we need to have an executive session. I realize it's late, but we need to have it, it's timely. However, there's also an item that's also timely, but I think should be faster, to review the executive session minutes. So that's why this is on the agenda as a return to open meeting. But I'd like to relieve ECAT as soon as possible and not have them here for however long it's going to take us to have the more substantive discussion. So my fellow past chairs, please let me know what you think of this. I'm thinking that I would like to modify this to make a motion to go into executive session, to return to open session just for the purposes of reviewing the executive session minutes. And then when we return to open session, I will move to go into executive session, again, not to return to open session, where we can have the remaining discussions that are on the agenda. Is that?
I'm not sure you can do that because it's not listed on the agenda like that.
Okay.
But you could table the executive session minutes to another meeting.
Okay.
They don't have to be discussed tonight.
Okay. All right. So even though they're from January, I know there's some.
Yeah, one is.
Aren't they supposed to be quarterly? Is it quarterly?
Yes. So that was one that we hadn't approved though at all, because we had tabled that at the last meeting for discussion at a future meeting. So I just want to make sure that we're not. Yeah.
So
that's
if
my
it's,
initial-
if it's, I don't know, Nancy, what do you think? If it's quarterly, could it be done at the next meeting?
The next, yeah.
Okay, all right, so we'll do that then. Okay, all right. So, okay, so I'm making a motion then to table the executive session minute review from 1/9/2025 to our next meeting.
So moved.
Okay, and, or second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote?
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Okay,
All right, so with that then, I make a motion to go into
Are you,
exec.
I'm sorry.
do we have to address that?
Yeah, there's,
Approving the minutes from 2:13?
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
I'm
there's
sorry.
two
Yes,
others,
yes.
right?
Okay, yes.
And the executive session.
Yep, okay. So that moves us to the minutes from February 13th. So we have
Do we have
regular,
to motion to do that first? I motion to move line item 18, the vote to approve minutes above the executive session.
okay, all right. Star second, roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Garcia, yes.
Okay, all right. So vote to approve minutes from February 13th, 2025, which we have both executive session and regular session. So regular session minutes first. Any comments, questions, or edits to these?
I just have a couple of I'll call Lynn tomorrow and straighten those out.
Okay, so just a couple of typographical edits. All right. Any comments, questions from any other members? No? Okay, all right. So then I'll make a motion to approve the regular session minutes from February 13th, 2025. Can I get a second?
DeLuca, second.
Roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes.
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Okay. Executive session minutes on February 13th. Does anybody want to hold these for review at a future executive session?
I do.
Okay. All right, so I will make a motion then to hold the executive session minutes for February 13th for a future executive session and to hold January 9th for a future executive session. Can I get a second?
Wiseman, second.
Okay, roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Okay, all right. Next up, make a motion to go into executive session, not to return to open session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, subsection 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining for the Easton Educators Association, Unit A, Unit B, and paraprofessional, and pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, subsection 21B, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, all central office administrators, and central office support staff. And in my opinion, having this discussion in open session would be detrimental to the bargaining position of the school committee. Can I get a second?
Garcia,
Okay, roll call vote.
DeLuca, yes.
Wiseman, yes.
Star, yes?
Loomis, yes.
Garcia, yes.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.